Alrighty. I should be live. Boom. There we go. Hello, everyone. Hello. Let's make sure all my audio equipment is working, because it was a bit of an update for OBS. Yes, everything looks good. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome. I hope you're all having a wonderful night. I hope you all are hobbying well and feeling well. Yes, indeed. Today I'm going to be working, it's not a painting stream. I finally finished the Mauler Fiend. If you want to see pictures of that, it's on the Twitter. I have to make a post on Instagram. I haven't touched Instagram forever. But it's in those places. I've shared it in a handful of Discords I'm in. I don't know. So if you happen to have any mutual Discords with me, you probably have seen it. But yeah, the Mauler Fiend's all set. It's all varnished. He's up there in the shelf. Kind of hard to see, but he's like right there. You can see where my finger is. Yeah, right there. Boom. So, yes, he's all happy and ready to go. Now I have to get the jackals ready to go. So, for those who do not know, I got a World Eater's army for Christmas. I got a Combat Patrol, a Forge Fiend, which had turned into a Mauler Fiend. I also got a Chaos Rhino, Angron, a couple Chaos Terminator boxes. Basically, I have everything I need to make a full, large point army. And fittingly enough, there's a 2,000 point tournament coming up at the end of the month that I really want to attend. It's at one of my LGSs. There's actually a couple within a 30-minute drive radius of me, and this one is my preferred shop. So it's a 2K point tournament, and I'm super excited for it. Super excited for it. So yes, Pittis, welcome to the stream. Shadow Fox, welcome, and Noble Shield, welcome. The old world stuff is delayed week because of bad weather. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. What'd you get? Did you get the Batonians or did you get the Tomb Kings? Oh, my mic is drifting away from me. There we go. Tomb Kings. Ah, okay. So you got the box set, I'm assuming. So, well, that was like 230. I don't know where you're out of, but like roughly that's like 230 bucks, right? Or 250, something like that. Oh, what's am I looking for here? Hey, Big Boss Wolf, how you doing? Did I miss anything? Not really. Just started the stream, chatting, gabbing. I'm working on assembling my Jekylls for my World Eaters army. I gave a rundown for, why I'm working so much on my World Eaters army lately. Other than just general hobbying. So, got a tournament at the end of the month, and I'm hoping to have a whole 2,000 point army assembled and painted in less than 10 days. Yeah, I know. Fully assembled and painted, mind you, so that's the goal. If I work out a couple hours each day, I should at the very least get the majority of it done, but I'm hoping to get all of it done. The only thing in the World Eaters army that's done now is the Mauler Fiend. That's it. Everything else still needs to be done, including Angron, 20 Jackals, 30 Corn Berserkers, 10 Chaos Terminators, Hellbrute, Karn the Betrayer. And I think that's everything that I think that's everything I'm bringing. Viridian Shallows, welcome. Ahoy, good sir. Gonna work on your Heresy World Eaters conversions. Have fun, my guy. Awesome. Yes, and I hope you have fun as well. Alright, so I'm looking at the instructions for the variation over this I want to do. I think I'm gonna go with... Okay. Yeah, I actually dropped one of the heads from this too, so I'm hoping I have enough heads remaining on the... I should, there's plenty of spare heads. But, just in case. Okay, that's one of them I need. Yes, I'm excited for that. How is Old World doing right now? I haven't been paying him... I don't play Old World, and I don't intend to play it for a while, if at all. So, what's the general reception so far for those who have received the footage? You gonna watch the Warhammer stream tonight? I don't know. What time does it start? How long till it starts? I'm assuming it's on their Twitch, right? God, I haven't been on Twitch in like a month. Yeah, I didn't even auto-resolve the Twitch. Meta Warlock, welcome to the stream. Asmogan, how many units in the World Eaters model range are unique to the World Eater's army, excluding generic Chaos Dreads, Defilers, Landriders, and such. Well, let's see. You have the Corn Berserkers, the 8-bound, Angeron, Karn the Betrayer, Jackals. Is that it for exclusives? My god, that actually might be it. Yeah, 8-bound, Corn Berserkers, Karn the Betrayer, Angeron, and the Jackals. Now that can't be right. There's got to be something I'm not thinking of. Oh, the Lord Invocatus. Lord Invocatus. Oh. And Lord on Dread, I guess, as well. That's all that's coming to mind. So yeah, I think just those like 7 or 8 things. Yeah, I know World Eaters has got like the lowest number of uniques for like their army. I mean, technically speaking, you could make the argument that Emperor's Children have less unique stuff, but I think that's because they don't even have their own kits and stuff unless you 3D print. Yeah. Yeah, that's all that comes to mind. Am I missing anything? I might be missing something. Exalted 8-bound if you count them as a separate thing. I don't know. I wouldn't. Cause they come with those. Correct me if I'm wrong. Don't those come in the same kit? I'm pretty sure that's it. 9 p.m. PST. Okay. What's that in my time? If it's not too far along the clock, I'll probably stay up for it. 9 p.m. PST to EST. Oh, it's midnight. We'll see. We'll see. I'll put a maybe on that. It depends on how like tired I get as I go. This isn't very tiring, so I could probably do that for like 5 hours. Yeah, it's 7:42 right now, so that means it's roughly 5 hours away. That'll be 3 hours behind you. Yeah. Thousand Suns, I think, have it worse as most of their unique units are pretty much just characters. Oh, I don't know. Well, there's the Rubric Marines. They're not characters. Well, technically. You can make them characters. Yeah, aren't the Rubric Marines? Yeah. Hey. Rubric Marines. I'm pretty sure there's like... Isn't there 2 like types of speed units and stuff? I know characters are the majority of it, but like you have Rubric Marines and then there's like... I'm pretty sure there's like one other kind in there. Yeah, Scarab Terminators. Oh, maybe it's something. Yeah. Chaos Marines in general have pretty low uniques they can have in their armies. It is a bit of a tragedy. Alright, so that's one of the axes. Look for another one. Does it matter which one I grab? One thing about the Jekyll instructions I don't like is they have... So in the instructions, they have stuff like this where it's like, oh, hey, this weapon connected to this arm, but it then sends you back to 2A. Which in the case of 2A, 2A is just like, hey, any of these weapons will fit in that hand. Now, I like that for customization, but it's kind of annoying. I have to keep going back a couple pages to reference it. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna end up batch painting these guys as soon as they're all done. Yeah. I'm gonna be painting the bases separately, so it matches the Mauler Fiend base with like a dark purple base and then like a dry brush of a brighter purple. So that's the aim. So that's why these guys are not glued to their base, and they won't be till after painting. All right, so put that X there. And I guess, let's see, so, I guess we'll pull that one. Yeah, give him dual axes.
Dual chain axes is only appropriate for Gorn. To rage and to maul his enemies, to shed their blood and drink it all, thus making the blood god proud.
Sanding stick. They have Xenagors, okay. High Elf Army, $350, Australian dollars, sorry. Contains a Lord on Dragon, 32 Spearmen, 20 Archers, 20 White Lions, 10 Dragon Princes, and a White Lion Chariot. That would be 3 hours behind you. Okay. Death Guard has many... Yes, Death Guard, I think, have the biggest range. You know, not just in characters, but in unique models, especially if you count Poxwalkers. I guess that's a question to throw out to the chat, though. What is everyone's prediction for the next Primarch they bring back? And I guess I'll specify the next Chaos Primarch that they bring back. My hope is that it'll be Fulgrim, but I want to hear what y'all's thoughts are. You thinking Fulgrim? You thinking Perturabo? Maybe that would come with like a revamp of uniques for the Iron Warriors. Maybe some new demon engines. It has to be Fulgrim. They have to do the big four. I mean, one would assume, but they could also want to delay it for hype's sake, so unlikely. But they could want to do that and delay. And if they delay it for hype's sake, then they might bring Peter Turbo, bring big Purdy back. I doubt it, but potentially. I actually have an unpopular opinion with Perturabo. I mean, other than just being the fact that I'm an Imperial Fist fan, and more specifically Black Templars. Outside of that rivalry with Iron Warriors, and I meme on that a lot. In truth, I do think the Iron Warriors, outside of their Primarch, are actually quite cool. I like the theme. And you can't go wrong with those hazard stripes. They do look good. I'm not gonna lie about that. That is interesting. I like it. But here's a potentially unpopular opinion I have. Look at yourself, GW forgot the Iron Warriors exists. Hey, that could be a good thing or a bad thing. I mean, if they forgot they exist, that means they can't fuck with them. And that means their existing lore is safe. If they remember them, they can fuck with the lore. They already did bad enough with a sturdy and Urda. I don't really need them doing much worse. As it is, I still gotta catch up on any... Like, I haven't read the Arcs of Omens stuff. I need to read that at some point soon. Because I know it goes over a little bit of the Lion's Return, if not all of it. And you got the Angron one, you got the Lion one. I want to look through them all. So I got both of those. I need the arms that they attach to. I hope I didn't grab two of the same hand. Did I grab two of the same hand? I think I did. Great. Well, if I did, I could set that one of them aside and then use the arm. There we are. I need 60 and 62. But my unpopular opinion in regards to Perturabo is I think they should have him kill Abaddon and take over Chaos Undivided. And therefore take over the next Black Crusade. And any future ones after that. Because let's be honest, until end times for 40k, which hopefully won't happen, but until they do something like that, there will be multiple more Black Crusades, is my guess. So, and we already had 13. What's another 13 or 14? Once you get to those numbers at that point, it don't matter, does it? Alright. How does that work? Let's do some dry fitting. Check it out. Now let's just sand some of the connections here so they look good. Actually, let me try this with the camera. That way you guys see it when I pull it close to myself so I get a little tightness in my view. Hey Matthew Gordon, hey Florian, how you doing? Burger kick. Better forgotten than ruined like the Primarch of them. From tragic and used to simply schizo, Purdy can't even catch a break, I assume is what I'm gonna say, in regards to the authors. No, and he probably won't. There does seem to be a campaign to destroy Purdy's reputation. That being said, the lore being what it is, yeah, Purdy is a petty douchebag. That's why oftentimes he's a great example for why you should separate the Legion from their Primarch sometimes. Sometimes you can't. Like, culturally, they're intertwined very directly with what the Primarch was like personality-wise. But, like I said, I think he would be a better leader than Abaddon. As it is, I think especially now that Gilliman is back, the leaders of both the Chaos Space Marines and the leaders of the Imperium, they should both be Primarchs, since we have Primarchs on both ends of the scale. So I definitely think now's the time for a Primarch to take control of Chaos. And Perturabo is probably the best choice because he doesn't like Chaos, and much like Abaddon doesn't like Chaos. Or he doesn't like the gods anyway. He likes what they could do for him. So, and I don't know, like, maybe this is just me, but I don't think, is anyone here really attached to Abaddon at all as a character? I'm not, like, at all. But, to be fair, is anyone, any of y'all super attached to him? It would be interesting if he did off Abaddon, yeah. And if he, again, probably unpopular opinion, but I think it would be cool to see Perturabo take up Horus's claw. And or toss it away. I mean, I would prefer him to take it up. But, you know, kind of like a petty thing, he might, like, toss it aside. Imperial Fist to John French is what Ultramarines are to Matt Walsh. And I won't disagree with that. I won't. But I do like Imperial Fist more, so it doesn't piss me off personally as much. And I would also make the argument that the Imperial Fists are not the poster boys, whereas the Ultramarines are, so it kind of makes it worse. That being said, I would just prefer them to be, like, portrayed accurately. Losses and victories and all. God, I hate how some of these kits right there. And granted, this is better than just trying to connect their wrist straight to the fist, but yeah, look at that. Okay, let's set that down without it popping off. Alright, and is what I suspected before true? Yeah, that's true. Crap. So we're going to set that aside. Because I grabbed the wrong one. So I need... maybe this one. Yep, okay. So we're going to grab 35. Okay. Since the whole Phaebodon meme is 100% wrong, the Black Crusades were always mentioned as being for ulterior motives from, like, second edition. I mean, it's not necessarily fully wrong. It depends on... It's a meme, like all memes, it's meant to be mocking. It's meant to be teasing. So obviously, it's always been hinted at that the Black Crusades that quote-unquote failed always had an ulterior motive, an end goal. But the greater goal of the Crusades has been to destroy the Imperium. Like, it's been to completely destabilize it and just to destroy it. That is pretty much their goal. Now, obviously, they have an ulterior motive, because they can't or won't practically be able to do that in one crusade or even in a couple. But if the opportunity were there, the Crusades do want to destroy humanity. So if practically they could, they would. So in the sense of the greater goal of the Black Crusades, they have failed. Because the greater goal is the destruction and disruption of the Imperium. It's the ulterior motives that have been hinted at, the secondary goals, the more practical goals of whatever's going on has been hinted at. But the thing is, as far as I know, we've hardly ever gotten anything from that. It was clear that 13 should be the big one because unlucky number. I mean, it was the big one. Because correct me if I'm wrong, isn't 13 was the Fall of Acadia? Unless I have the number wrong. Actually, I could have it wrong. Beauty of trying to remember every little detail. Hold on. Yeah, so it was the big one. I do, again, with the grand goal, though, that still was a fail because it backfired. By all accounts, it was a victory for Chaos, for sure, because you destroyed Cadia. Like, how is that not a major victory? But that being said, the greater goal of the Imperium's destruction was not accomplished, so the greater goal was still a fail. But they definitely succeeded in some secondary goals there, 100%. But a way they kind of further failed, though, a little bit worse than they usually did, is they rallied the Imperium. Like, not that the Imperium was completely shattered or anything before that, but it was starting to disintegrate on its own. But because of what they pulled with destroying Cadia, all of the Imperium got a huge scare from it and then rallied. Which was a little bit of a backfire. Because you took an Imperium that was starting to implode, in a sense, onto itself. Which it still is, but in a way, Chaos delayed the implosion. Because they did the old thing where you give warring peoples a common enemy. I heard they were going to do an End Times, but saw how badly people reacted to Warhammer Fantasy Battles, so changed it. Yeah, in the case of Warhammer Fantasy Battles, or more aptly, the mythological 40k End Times, as far as I'm aware, they were intending to do a End Times in connection with it. But I don't think from what I've seen of it, I've only seen, like, Reddit posts about it and or similar, like, mentions of it here and there. Feel free to direct me somewhere if there's, like, something concrete, like corporate emails or something with, like, verifiable sources. But I'm pretty sure that was just a rumor. That being said, do I believe it? Oh, 100%. I 100% believe that GW was like, okay, we just did End Times, we rebooted things with Age of Sigmar to stuff we can copyright more easily, to change up and revamp, and then use that as an excuse to up the prices. And then they saw how much of the fan base were losing their shit because of what they did with End Times, and they were like, maybe reel that line in, maybe not a good idea, not a good idea. Yeah, just a rumor as far as I know. Same, but I 100% believe it. Like, I believe that happened, or certainly I'm more on the side of it happening. But, yeah. That's before I put those on. Give them more time to glue. Get rid of some of these mold lines. Single pass over with this bad boy should be all I need to do to get rid of them. That'll be fine right there. This is kind of a small poll. Actually, let me actually make this a poll in the chat if I can. Let's start a poll. I'm gonna put up a poll. This is gonna be: do you guys think Warhammer Old World? That's weird to type like this. Think Warhammer Old World will be successful long term? And I'm gonna put that poll in the chat, guys. I really want to see the results for this, but also feel free to like break down your thoughts. Feel free to break down your thoughts. Parasmeo says no. No. Alright, so far... Okay, that's a leading result. Alright, so far, 80% are on no. So far. I'm going to leave it up for a little bit of time. I do like Age of Sigmar, but I'm excited for Warhammer Fantasy Battles again. Okay, cool. I'm happy to hear that. Do you actually have like another person you know in your like relation to you that's also getting like Bretonnians or another army or something and are gonna take you on? Or is it just you're getting it and you're hopeful that if you go to like a game shop, other people will have it and want to play? I don't know if you have a game plan or not there. Or, you know, at the same time, you could be like getting it now and then waiting to see if any of your friends or mutuals get it and then pick that up. For me, like a big reason I'm not picking it up for right now is I don't think anyone in my local area are big on fantasy. Most of the guys I know at my LGS are Warhammer 40k primarily, and then they play like other games like Bolt Action, but they don't really play. There's not a lot of AOS players around my area. If they are, they don't come out all that often to tourneys and stuff. In fact, my preferred LGS near where I live, they host half as many AOS tournaments as they do 40k tournaments, because there's been occasions where they had a tournament set up, but they had a horrible turnout rate. So they do it less often than they do 40k. 40k seems to be like the popular thing in my area, thankfully. Alright, is there any of the mold lines we should worry about? Doesn't look like it. It's pretty clean. Nope, but there is a little bit of construction material right there in the shirt. By the way, good investment. Excuse me. Good investment right here. This is a sanding stick. I recommend everybody pick them up. You can get them on Amazon and other, like, you can also get them at hobby stores. And, you know, like Joann's or Hobby Lobby, stuff like that. Yeah, look for them. They're really useful for, you know, getting around little small, tight areas. Like underneath the, the undercarriage. Man, the throat's catching a little bit. Right, but I think his mold lines are set. That could be set a little bit. Alright. The axe head. Sadly, no. I do... Okay, I read that. I just say Magical Kislev and Bretonnian Nobles on foot. Okay. I'll be honest, I would see them try with 40k in the community, taking on points at not squads. Points at new guys no one heard of, instead of towing loose ends. I feel like I'm reading something disconnected. Pierce says, I feel like they burned their bridges with Old World the first time with End Times, and Age of Sigmar didn't draw them back or enough new. I would agree with that. That's a fair point to make. Yeah, like 4 or 5 of my people are getting into it. Well, that's good. Oh yeah. They were playing like 6th edition Warhammer Fantasy Battles off and on. Ah, okay, so like they're a legacy group. I'm playing the old game. That is good to see, and that I always love hearing like groups that are still playing like old modules that are no longer supported by their companies, because that is always a healthy reminder for me and everyone else in the hobby space to keep in mind that one benefit we have over the video game industry is that our product is a physical product. Like, you know, we have physical minis, we have, you know, our sprue kits, we have our instruction manuals, we have our rule books and PDFs to work with and intershare between people. We have everything we need by all accounts to keep the game going, even should the companies that support it go under or stop supporting it. We can always go back to it, because at the end of the day, we have our booklets and our codexes, and that's all we really need. Now, obviously, especially with the current editions that are out for these games, the balancing is terrible, but fans would always jump in and work together to balance it ourselves, should they stop being supported. So that's one of the things where when some people like to fearmonger to kind of, to me, like FOMO people into supporting the companies even when they do objectively dumb and bad shit. They're like, well, if you don't do it, GW won't support the product anymore, and therefore we won't be able to keep playing. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, and? What are you afraid of? Oh, they won't give us any new miniatures? 3D printers. Go to Etsy if you don't want to print it yourself. You know, people will print it off for you. eBay. The PDFs for a lot of these old kits are online. What are you afraid of? There's literally nothing they can take away from you that the internet can't give you right back for this stuff. And the stuff you actually physically have, they physically can't take it away from you. They have no power over you. That argument might kind of work for video games, but it holds zero water in this sphere. That's the beauty of a product and a hobby around a physical media like 40K, like Bolt Action, like D&D even. D&D, hell, D&D, you don't need jack from the company that makes D&D. You don't need to, you can play D&D and never once interact with Wizards of the Coast, period. You can do it without ever touching D&D Beyond. You can do it without ever interacting with anything to do with the company that produces it whatsoever. That is the biggest advantage we have in this like sphere of hobbydom. That's why I really hate when I see like that fear mongering. I see some I won't call them shills because I don't think I genuinely like Valric, for example. Like I don't think he's a shill. People call him a shill. He's not a shill. What he and some of those other people who do that kind of stuff, I'm not saying he does that specifically. I don't know if he's done that or all that much, but I know some people have, and it's the similar mindset that he has. It's this like dependency on the hobby and like the community a little too much for your life. So it's not shilling for GW or similar companies as much as it is simping for them, which is kind of sadder, because shilling implies you get something out of it, like the company gives you kickback or something, or special privileges. Simping, you don't get anything back for it. You just do all the same things someone who shills does, but with none of the benefits. So, you know, I see that stuff and it annoys the shit out of me. It's like, that's the biggest advantage we have in terms of hobbies. Alright, so the glue should be dried by now. So, here's a little bit of a hobby tip for anybody who's newer who might be watching right now. Always do a dry fit before you start putting glue on. That way you know where like the connection points are most flush with the model. And it also gives you a moment to see if like there's a issue there without getting like glue or anything on your hands. Yeah, for example, I feel a little bit of resistance, so I know I gotta sand right here a little bit more. And also I noticed that there's a little bit of a mold line there on the musculature. So that's why you always do dry fits. Make sure everything's flush with the model. Like, even if you're 100% confident the model is clean and will fit right to the thing you're trying to connect it to, it's still always good to do a twice over. Tiki the Hut, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Thank you, and welcome to the stream. DM'd you pics of my kit bashed red Corsairs. F taxes. Wait, there's no comment. Corsairs F taxes. What? Hold on. Let me check this out. Ah, okay. So you got 3D printed components. Nice. I really like those. I can't put them up on stream because it'll... I could. It will take me a minute, though. Because I have to work around my fucking desk. I'm liking them, though. They look pretty good. Firstborn Marines, too. Nice. Those are going extinct. Sadly. Yeah, I like that, though. Nice. Sleazy, welcome to the stream. This 30k or 40k? This is 40k. This right here is 40k. The thing is, I tend to do my best to do this for the thumbnails. I always put the logo of the specific game I'm like making or working on models for. If you go back in like my live stream history, the times I've worked on my Horus Heresy army, it has the Horus Heresy logo as opposed to the 40k logo. So I do intentionally select the logo carefully. Sorry, I just started watching and new. Yeah, that's fine, man. That's fine. I cover and like do miniatures for both. So, welcome. Now, obviously, for anyone hopping in, this isn't a painting stream. I do assembly streams and Bants, and I also do painting streams and Bants. I recommend if you guys want to see what the painting streams look like, it's pretty similar to this, but feel free to go check out my Mauler Fiend. I painted that live pretty detailedly. I guess I could show you guys what it looks like. You know, this is the Mauler Fiend I finished on stream pretty much yesterday. Some of it I did off stream at the very end because I was just too tired to keep going, and I didn't want to sit there and be silent while I did a lot of the detail work. Come on. Refocus here. So this is the Mauler Fiend that I finished for the World Eater's army. The light's a bit harsh there. Obscure it a little bit. Yeah. Obviously, my favorite part is the rump. That is a hand-painted eye. That's not a sticker. So everything you're seeing is hand-painted. I don't really do any airbrushing. So this is all accomplished through brushing. And again, if you want to see the process for it, I did 80% of the painting all on stream. So if you were to skip along any of those streams and just look at the progress as I worked on it. But, yep, everything was done by hand. I'm pretty proud of it. Looks dope. Thank you. So, yeah. Today's the assembly stream. And assembly in Bants, and I was informed at midnight tonight there's going to be a stream for GW on Twitch, so assuming, I can't imagine I'd run out of energy too soon, but assuming I still have energy by that point, that's another 4 hours, 4 hours away, a little less than that. I will tune in for that. Is there any, like, rumor mill of, like, what they're announcing in it? I haven't heard anything, I'm not gonna lie. I've missed out a little bit on that info. Sorry, let me refocus the camera here. Crap, the glue got on my finger. So I try and use my nail. Love the base, that looks dope. I'm hoping for Battlefleet Gothic. No worries, it's not that good. No, I thought the models looked good. I don't think they look bad at all. Maybe the data mine COD collab? COD as in Call of Duty? Or COD as in something else? I don't know why Call of Duty was the first thing that came to mind. I can't imagine that would have anything to do with 40k ever. And if we start doing crossovers with stuff like that for 40k, that's another way we know we're screwed. Yes, Call of Duty. Wait, no, seriously. Yeah, seriously. Wait, what? Fuck no. What? Hold on. Oh. Really hope you guys are fucking with me right now. Data miners found 40k skins in Call of Duty. Well, okay. Well, if it's kind of like what World of Warships did, and it's just like some skins and stuff, like it's weird. But I'm talking like my worry is like the collabs the other way. Like something in 40k is added to represent Call of Duty, like a model line or something. Please no. Please no. I mean, well, now that I think about it, I think it would be funny if they, as long as they don't like straight rip it from like Call of Duty and they do like alter it to fit the setting. Like if they added like Captain Price, preferably the original. If they added Captain Price as like a Cadian model or something, or actually no, wouldn't he be like more like the Mordian Iron Guard? Is that what I'm trying to think of? The ones that look like British, like old school British. It's not new. That's not the Vestroians. That's definitely not the Valhalla Winter Soldiers. Yeah, Praetorians. Yes, thank you. Yeah, Praetorians. Okay, yeah. Thank you, John L. Welcome to the stream. I play Death Guard, but my models are based red, so people think they're going up against World Leaders most of the time. Well, that's interesting. So why do you choose red for Death Guard? I've seen people go for like white, and then they do like a lot of like disease-looking shit all over the white. But red, especially if they're all red, like I can see a couple models being red. So what's like the mentality behind that choice? Is it just like a color preference, or? Sanded. Do our little dry fit here. It's kind of right there, but it's not that flush to it. It's definitely the right arm, though. Guess it's just not one of the more flush components. Pith helmets. What army looks like the SAS? I don't know. I don't know what the SAS look like. This is where I Google images, because I'm dumb. SAS. Of course, it wants to fill in Sasquatch. Okay, so it's like special forces. Just to be different with them, Scarlet Fever. Okay. I mean, that does make for an instant conversation starter though. Like whenever you go to a tourney though, right? Like you pull out your Death Guard units and they're all red, and at first glance they're like, oh, okay, world leaders. And then they like, I'm assuming you will have like a Mortarion, and then they say Mortarion like, and then immediately they jump into the questions like, so what's with the what's with the red? That's talk about an instant icebreaker. That's the thing. I love it when people do unique stuff with their armies, because one of the things I think is like hardest, especially when you're like brand new to the hobby and you're like going to hobby stores and you're playing for the first time and you're actually getting into the social part of the hobby. I think like what's most awkward is, and this is just me talking, but I think what's most awkward for a good number of people is that like initial like introduction of like, hey, this is me, this is why I like the hobby, and I can't wait to play in, have a good tournament, and let's do this, let's have fun, shake off with your opponent. I think that's especially given that this kind of hobby is mostly introverted. Like this aspect of it is very introverted, like the assembly process, the painting process, and also reading and like interacting with the lore. That all of that is very insular, and you can do that without interacting with another person. So the hobby is good 2/3 or 2/4 really. 2/4 of it is very introvert friendly, but like the last third, the actual playing of the game, going to tournaments, doing that stuff, the actual social part of it. Once you first break into that, assuming, if anyone ever wants to, there are people who just collect the minis and paint them, and they just do that for a collecting aspect. They don't ever intend to play with them. Me, I like to play. Like, I actually like to go to tournaments, and I actually like to look my opponent in the eye and watch as they absolutely laugh their asses off as they wipe the floor with my terrible rolls. It's like, hey, look, there was like 50 orcs on the table. How many are left? There's one fucking, there's one Killican left that's just kind of flipping you off. That's about all that's left. It's not because you rolled well, it's because I rolled terribly. Alright, roll the charge. Ones, okay, not happening. Oh, God. Yeah, this will be my first time playing something other than orcs in a long time, though. It's been a hot minute since I last played anything other than orcs. I played my Black Templars a couple years ago. They was at the end of 8th edition. Yeah, but they weren't all painted, and they're still not all painted, so it drives me fucking nuts to do that. So, as it is, the goal is to get these guys done and dusted, so to speak. All the world leaders, at least battles ready standard, within 10 days. Which is certainly possible, but it's an uphill battle. Miss your Elysians. I mean, did you get any ones? Before you, like, I don't know about, like, official kits and stuff, but, like, 3D printing? I love how that's, like, a universal response to, like, anything like that, though. It's like, oh, I missed this, or, like, hey, like, I wish this was still a thing. It's like, well, good man. 3D printing. Have you heard the good news? I swear to God, like, one of these days, I'm going to join a Jehovah's Witness-like group that just goes around and gives pamphlets to people. Like, so have you heard the good news about 3D printing? Do you play Warhammer? Do you play Bolt Action? I have good news for you. You're about to save a lot of money long term. Spend a lot up front, though. Okay, so got a reference spec in the booklet. 2B helmets. Okay, so I'm looking for 24, 46, 65, 73. Yeah, the heads are the easiest fucking thing in this kit to drop. Trust me, I've already dropped one and it's disappeared into the fucking ether. Joy to the world, the Lord has come. Alright, so I think we're gonna call the poll there. Alright, so what the final results for the poll earlier Do you guys think Warhammer Old World will be successful long term? No goes for 64%. Yes, 35%. Actually, that's more mixed than I thought. Now, granted, it was only 14 votes, but still, as a small sample size, that is still a bit more mixed than I would have expected. I would have expected it to be a lot more skewed to no. Oh, that actually surprised me. I am happy to see that, though. Like, I am happy to see people are optimistic for Old World, because that makes me more optimistic. As it stands right now, even with that, though, I do think long-term, it's going to... I think long-term, it is going to pick up after a while, assuming... This is assuming... GW don't give up on it too early. Because my worry is that they will potentially give up on it within, like... If it doesn't sell, like, at least most of the way to their projections, they're not going to support. Like, they will drop it like a hot potato. Hey, Zord Industries. I was gone. What have I missed? Mostly just assembling my my jackals, and you missed some fun bants, but we got even more coming. So, do not worry. Do not worry. Brand name is Fantine Skyborn. Nice. Mortarion is actually painted in normal Death Guard colors. Ah, okay. So that would confuse them even more. Like all these red units. Oh, I'm playing World Eaters. Then they see Mortarion, and then like it's like a record stop moment. Like, and they look closer at the models, and they're like, oh, they're Death Guard. Fuck. I tell you this, like, as an orc player, I don't get that from my opponents, like, in terms of, like, concern. I do love it when, like, my opponent sees my painted orcs and really likes them. That's cool, and that always, like, that for me is, like, a huge reward for the hard effort I put into painting my minis. But outside of that, I absolutely adore it when my opponents look at orcs and they look at me with pity. They're like, okay. I will say this, one of my favorite like tournament moments from 9th edition at my LGS, I beat a Tau player now a lot of people would be like, okay, orcs beat Tau players, that happens. So you got your charge rolls in, you know, you charged him and you fucked him up, right? No, I beat him with shooting. With shooting. Me and my orcs tabled a Tau army with shooting. And I didn't have a single fucking, why did the name just... Flash gets. Oh my god, I almost went over to look at the boxes. I didn't do it, I did it without a fucking flash gets, in my army. It was with Orc Boys, a Stompa, 2 Death Dreads, and a squad of War Bikers. None of those are built for shooting. And the Stompa kind of is, but the rest of them not so much. Like, what the fuck? Or Ludas, yeah, true. I didn't have Ludas either. So I didn't have any, like, shooting dedicated units, except for technically the Stompa. And I tabled a Tau player. It was hilarious. Like, Gork and Mork were fucking with his dice. He was rolling terribly. Like it was a 2K point tournament. He had a bunch of mechs, very few infantry. And I had mostly infantry, and the only, like, big, like, heavy duty thing I brought was my Stompa and a couple Death Dreads. By all accounts, this should have been skewed wickedly against me. And for some fucking reason, I was rolling 6s constantly on my shooting. Like, the littlest fucking, like, dinky, like, slugga was hitting these and his save rolls were like 1, like 1, 1, 1. And he's like, what is happening? I'm like, Gork and Mork have smiled upon me. That's what's happening. It got so funny because we were both laughing. That's the beauty of it. Like, he didn't even mind that I was tabling him, because it was a situation that never fucking happens. Ever. And then several other people, like, were finishing their round in that tournament, walked over, and were like, okay, how's it going? And he's laughing, he's red in the face. I'm laughing, I'm red in the face. And they're noticing so many of his models off the board on the side and so many of mine at range. And they started like we're laughing and dying. We could barely tell them what's happening. And then they put two and two together like, wait, are you shooting him off the table right now? And I through like tears, man. I'm like, yes, I'm shooting his fucking army off the goddamn table. Oh god, that was such a great moment. Like it was laughs were had. That was an amazing. That's a great hobby moment. Let me tell you right there. That will go down in history with me for a long time. Oh, it like when the rolls are good. Like that's the beauty of being an orc player. Like the one thing you can reliably rely on is melee. Otherwise, it's a prayer. It's a prayer if it'll work. But for some goddamn reason, my prayers were answered. Gork and Mork were like, fuck it, we'll give him one. Against the one opponent I should have been most screwed. That was so amazing. I imagine Imperial Guard out-orking orcs. That would also be beautiful. Like running in melee and just fucking like hamming it up. Chop, 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 chop. It's like, who's the real orcs now, big green man? Alright, so let me see if I can drive it. Wait, is his head? Yeah, this is the right head. What the hell? Is he supposed to be pointing to the side? Where the jackal heads are weird. How all crude army. They're recreating that hand-to-hand manual for Imp-Card. When a squad, Penal Legion, Moshes, a squad of Garg knobs out of life. Poetic. Yeah. Orc snipers. I don't think I have any. So recreating that, okay, tower credit, or how to defeat an orc. Say yes, just twist his wrist, you'll be fine. The orc will totally not headbutt you into oblivion. Go over there, you'll be fine. Gotta give the orcs the 10th silver. They were after the Tau teeth, and they really wanted to do it. Okay. It just says any 2B. Huh? Okay, so head's gonna be like sharply to the side. See if I can try to dry fit it. I think that right there is what I'm looking for. Cool. I don't know. Does anyone else have like a notable like tournament experience that just whether it made you laugh or it was just like a really cool moment for you? Anyone want to share? I just shared one of mine, so feel free. I would love to hear other people's stories. I think that looks fine. Boom. It's this guy here. He's looking pretty good. Ooh. So while he dries, because I think that's... Is that all I wanted to add? He's already got the backpack, right? Yep, so that's another one down. So now for some gross bit of my my hobbying. Basing. This is where I'm going to give you guys some... And I'm not sponsored at all. I wish I was, but I'm not sponsored at all. I highly recommend for anyone who wants like a really easy... like simple base to do. I'm gonna complicate these a little bit in the painting stage, but just for like actually doing base work. If you want something really simple and you just want to simulate like dirt or ground earth or gravel, I would recommend looking into texture paints. Now this is the kind I have. I don't know if there are other companies that produce it. but I like Green Stuff World's texture paint. This is Dark Earth. They also have like an Orange Middle Earth. They have a bunch of these, and I have a bunch of these little tubes of it. I bought like 2 big ones that I was hoping would be here by now, but I bought them in like December. They still haven't arrived, so probably won't for like another couple weeks. I think the company's out of Spain, so it's a bit of a distance for it all to be packaged and sent. Like Soleil Sterling Mud, really? When it comes to texture paints, I don't think there's any I explicitly like from GW. I'm not a huge fan of their texture paints. Some of their technical paints I like, but yeah, the actual texture paste and paints and stuff from Citadel, not a fan. I don't necessarily think they're bad or anything. It's just not my cup of tea. It's not my cup of tea. Yes, I know that looks like literal hot shit, but it's basically a mud when it comes out. But it is a paint, technically speaking. Part of how you make like a texture paint like this is you kind of take like Mod Podge or a similar medium like that, and then you just mix in some brown paint, and I think they use actual gravel or something for like the grainy stuff. I could be wrong. But yeah, you can use like the contents of like a tea bag and stuff to kind of add like a... Sorry, I'm trying to stay in the camera view here. Now, by all accounts, this stuff is meant to be like, you know, you just immediately take it out of there, let it dry, and then boom, you have the base texture. You don't need to do anything else to it. Me, I'm going to paint him. Like, I want all of my army to have consistency with, like, what goes on him. So the plan is, once this dries, it becomes hardened, like actual dirt. Let me set that aside. Sure to wipe off the excess here. There we go. Try nice and tight. So the plan is, once it's like as dry as this one is, like, look at that. Nice and hard. So yeah, once it's that really tight, dried crustiness of like earth and dirt, I'm gonna prime all of the bases black. And similar to how I had the base for the Mauler Fiend I showed earlier, and you know, was on previous streams, I use this same stuff on that base. So once it's dried, I prime it all over with black, and then I'm going to dry brush on a base coat of like a dark purple, almost yeah, I'll just say a really dark purple, kind of a dark blue purple, and then I'm going to dry brush over it with a lighter shade of that same purple, and hopefully that'll give it like an alien dirt terrain kind of look. It can also be interpreted as like, oh, they're in like a Slaaneshi realm. And a lot of people say, well, that's weird for Khorne. For me, like, the mindset is, like, they're invading the realm of Slaanesh. Like, if you interpret it, like, the base design like that, they're invading Slaanesh's realm, so they're coming to fuck shit up. So that's why they're trampling through it. And after all, if they stayed just in Khorne's realm, it'd be very boring after a little while. Same skulls and blood getting harvested all the time. Now, yeah, they say Khorne doesn't care from whence the blood flows, but even he would like some variety, I'm sure. And he doesn't like Slaanesh very well, so go fuck with her. Not literally. Like Vallejo, a big pot is like 12 bucks. I haven't tried Vallejo's textures paints, so I don't have a comment on those. I know I don't like the Citadel ones, because I've actually used those. But in place of Vallejo, I don't think I've touched... Yeah, I don't think I've ever tried their texture paint. Yeah, I like Green Stuff World. I think they're pretty solid, but yeah, that's me. So, also, what I plan on doing is, you might be able to tell from the little indents on these ones, but I have like done like a dry put on to see if like they fit flush with different parts. I want to make sure that each base coincides with their model and will easily have some like parts where I could like fit in the feet. So once this dries a little bit more, I'm then going to push the miniature's feet down on it to leave an imprint, so I can align that back and then glue it on, hopefully with ease. Yes, 200 milliliters. Nice. Yeah, these are 30 milliliter. And they also, Green Stuff World has bigger ones. Those are the ones I bought back in December. Those are, I want to say, they're like jars. So it's probably like a couple hundred. I could look at the order. Nah, I don't want to waste time on that. But it's a decent, it's a lot more than this is. At the very least. So, that's another one bites the dust. We have a handful more to go. Luckily, it looks like most of the next few ones of these, it's going to be like 4 or 5 steps each. And I have to do another 10 of these guys. I have to do another 10 of these guys. Let me zoom out here. Yep, so far we got 4 down, and we have 6 more to go. Yeah, those, plus the spare base right there. Which price-wise is just better where I live? Fair enough. The advantages of being Euro, Vallejo, and Green Stuff World are available to grab in all third-party stores. Really? Yeah, no such luck here. Most of what I can find in hobby stores that's not Citadel is either... Sometimes you get lucky and there's some Vallejo. Very rarely, if ever. But usually what you'll find is like the Armory Painter brand, and you'll, like, for super cheap, for obvious reasons. And then you'll also get the AK brand. The AK is pretty popular in a lot of the hobby stores around where I live. It's pretty popular. Okay. We're onto this page. Oh, literally 1 and 2. Anybody played a game of boarding action with 10th edition rules? I have not, so that'll definitely be up for chat to engage in on that one. Army Painter also very common. Yeah, very common. An AK for airbrush here. Really, like for here, AK across the board. Like airbrush, also just basic paints, and also some texture stuff. You're very excited for the AP Fanatic. What's the AP Fanatic? Most of my tools and brushes are from Army Painter. Most of mine are like just using a lot of these are just random synthetics I picked up at like hobby stores. I grabbed a couple from Citadel at the local hobby store. Some of it's like just old like makeup brushes that still work as like dry brushes. Yeah, generally. Oh, that one's. Uh oh. There we go. Okay, that one was just a little. Oh, I had some dried paint on it that wasn't visible. It's okay, these are my dry brushes, so it's okay to be a little violent with them. I'm fine with the bristles being there. So yeah, mine are mostly just like random ones I picked up here and there. And if it works, it works. It doesn't, it gets tossed out. Fanatic is a new Army Painter paint range. Ah, okay. Is that one like connected to like a content creator? I know that Duncan Jones. Is it Jones? Well, no, Duncan Rhodes. What the fuck? Where did I get Jones from? Duncan Rhodes. I know he has like a brand of stuff. Actually, isn't his brand called Two Thin Coats? Or something like that? Or am I crazy? Yes, it is. Okay. I figured I remember that correctly, but still. It's still funny to have it confirmed. That man is forever, and sounds like by his own choice, has forever associated himself with a simple hobby advice term. Talk about marketing. When solid, accurate advice in a hobby space is forever associated with you like a brand, that's just impressive. Duncan Rhodes, forever remembered as the man who first told a lot of us via videos, remember, 2 thin coats. In my case, I end up using like 3 or 4 thin coats. Like AP is a company? Okay, cool. I'm glad you do. It's good when you like a company that actually make a good brand. Especially when we're talking about this sphere, where companies like GW exist. Chris Bingley, welcome to the stream. These look very different to my Corn Berserkers. I've got the old 3rd, 2nd editions. These ones are Jackals. Right now, these are not Berserkers. Yeah, these are Jackals. So Jackals are pretty much Corn Chaos Cultists, essentially. They get the specific terminology and they do have their own lore. Basically, they're either volunteers or captured individuals from raids on planets and stuff like that by war bands of the World Eaters, and they're captured and basically pumped full of drugs, which are a mixture of like demon blood. It's either Corn demon blood or it's like chaos. It's like Corn berserker blood. But in any case, it's like a mixture of that and other drugs and stimulants in these packs here, and it's pumped directly into them, and basically turns them into roided up psycho killers. And the World Eaters basically use them as cannon fodder. So that's what these guys are. That's what Jackals are. They're a frontline infantry you can use, and just like Berserkers, they're melee focus. So think of them as a weaker version of the Berserkers themselves, and through that, they're also more expendable. So, I guess I'd compare them to the Gretchen for orcs. They're the cheaper, more expendable option if you need to pad out your army with points and you're just short of whatever the goal is for the tournament you're going to. For me, it's 2,000. So I'm employing 2 squads of Jackals, 2 squads of 10, and I have 3 squads of 10 Corn Berserkers. So these guys are my frontline bullet catchers, or lasgun shot catchers, and the Corn Berserkers are the actual main force of abuse. So, yeah, I got 2 squads of these guys, and that means I got 2 squads of them to assemble and paint. The thing is, these guys are actually going to be quite quick to paint for the most part, because Battle Ready Standard, like most of them are shirtless, and like just have like musculature, so I'm going to paint the skin. I'm going to do like a dash of like brown for like the straps and stuff. The tubes might be where I do a little uniqueness to them. Probably not, though. To save on time, though, like these guys are really going to be really basic as hell. I'm going to prime them black. I'm not even going to do a zenithal highlight. I'm going to go pure black, and I'm going to do touch-ups around everywhere. And hopefully they'll look really good at a distance. It's when you, like, look close up, they're not going to look so good. But the best part is with that approach of what I'm going to do with them, I can go back to them. In worst case scenario, I can reprime over all of them. But more likely so, I'm just going to essentially finish painting them. Because what I'm going to do is actually, like, fill in, do highlights, do all that stuff. But battle ready standard wise, I can make these guys look really, really good from a distance. I can make them look really, really good in time for the tournament with little time devoted to them for too long. That being said, I know my personality, and I know for myself, it's hard for me to like step like there will be moments where I'll paint something and it'll look perfectly passable, but because I know there's more stuff I want to do to it, and there's more like flaws I want to fix on it, because of that, I have a hard time like actually breaking away and moving on to the next thing. Like in my mind, I'm like, I need to finish it. So hopefully I don't do that to myself this time. I do just do battle ready standard for the tournament, and then come back to them in due time. That's the hope. Okay. You're gonna be sneaky and put Exalted 8-bound in a Rhino? No. I unfortunately the 8-bound are the only Khorne unique unit, World Eaters, I should say, unique units I don't possess. I don't have the money for them right now, so, and plus like, with how much else I already have to pad out the 2,000 points, I'll be fine. I don't have the Exalted 8-bound though. They're the only unit unique World Eaters unit I won't be bringing to the fore. But in their place, I got 10 Chaos World Eaters Terminators I'm going to be running. So, I'm planning on stashing them in a Rhino. Well, no, not the Terminators. Well, it depends on who I'm up against. I'm going to adjust my strategy based on my opponent. If it's an army like Tau, where the shooting is fucking ridiculous, I'm probably going to stash just a single squad of Khorne Berserkers in the Rhino, at least as much as I can, and then have that fucking Rhino charge across the battlefield, like right on their fucking doorstep, and then just unload. That's the plan there. But if it's another melee focused army, I might just have the Rhino there as just something to shoot with. Like it's just something in like the back line to add some armored support. As little as Khorne really runs with. So again, it'll depend on what I'm up against. The tournament style that is done in my local LGS is 3-round Swiss. So we don't even know who our opponents are going to be till the day of, and we're guaranteed 3 games. And then at the end of it, all of our like victory points are counted up as like where we are in like the tournament roundup. My guess is I'm probably going to be bottom 2 or bottom 3. Because a lot of these guys have had a lot more games of 10th than me. Whereas I only did 1 tourney so far for 10th, which was 3 games as well. So I've only got 3 games down. A lot of these guys have been playing on their off time. They've been practicing. They've been keeping up to date with any of the like minute changes. So I'm at a huge disadvantage rolls-wise. But despite that, I think I'm going to have fun. Like, minimum, I'm going in and having fun. But I don't think I'm going to score very high. I'm probably going to be pretty low. Or I could be wrong, and I could have as much luck as I did last tournament. I won the last one, my local LGS. That's how I got my Chaos Space Marines Combat Patrol. That was the reward for the winner. They don't do rewards for the winners every time, but when they do, it's really cool. Alright, so got mold lines. I should address him before. It kind of is. Those legs. Want to pre-order one of the big sets, but oof, they are pricey. Yes, very, very pricey. The thing is, they're getting worse. In a time where people are struggling to excuse making expenses to hobbies and stuff, I'll never understand why GW. I maybe by all accounts, now that I think about it, it seems to work. People always defend them when they do it, so there's really nothing stopping GW from upping the prices every single time. So I don't know. I don't really. I don't see why and how they get away with it every time. But GW like up the prices to ridiculous amounts, and they always have such shit excuses for why. And especially with 3D printing being what it is at the moment, like it's getting easier and easier to get into 3D printing and being able to afford your first stuff. And there's so many tutorials now for it. They're driving more and more people to their opposing market, and eventually they're gonna hit the wall with this. Like they keep upping the prices. it's going to get to the point where people will straight up not buy it. Like their sales can't be great right now, I'd imagine. So I don't think they're gonna get any better come that time. So you worked for GW. Oh, okay. Don't agree with the price increases. I mean, I don't assume everybody who works there agrees. I don't know what position you were. I'm not gonna pry, but my assumption is not everyone there is like, yeah, price increases. Especially if you're like ground floor, you're one of the salesmen. I can imagine it's actually I've never worked at a shop like that. I've worked at retail, but I haven't worked in like a hobby shop, which is far more small and personable than like a retail, which is where I've worked, like a big retail store. But I can imagine that for retail workers at a hobby store, a hobby shop proprietor, nothing can be more depressing than when you get that email from corporate saying, oh yeah, we've increased the prices, like, again. And you already struggle to, like, sell to people, like, hey, you know, maybe give this thing a try. You know, hey, we got the, like, hey, 40K is this really cool hobby, and you explain it to a new person, they sound a little hyped, and they sound interested. They might have just walked into the shop just out of curiosity. They might have seen the logo somewhere before. And you're talking to someone, like a customer, and you're getting ready to, like, set that sale on. And you might genuinely be, whether you're genuinely or so or not, you're passionately espousing about it. You're telling them about it, and they're passionate, and they're like, oh, okay. Well, can I see the box sets? And you're like, yeah. Come on. And you show them like the price tags. Like I can imagine the face fall. It's like you put all that effort into like trying to like upsell it and like talk to your customer and give them like a review of it, and they're like, yeah. And then, like, you bring them over, and they see the price tags. Like, that look of, like, huh. Are these... Is the period supposed to be that far back? Is it not supposed to be, like, one more over? Yeah, I just remembered I gotta go do something. You know? Like, yeesh. I would not want to be one of the the hobby store runners. Like, oh god. You think GameStop is bad? Was in the warehouse for us. Oh, okay, so your warehouse. Okay, stock issues are still a constant thing. I can imagine. Wait, do you still work there, or were you your previous worker? Again, feel free to not answer if you don't want to. I have questions, though. I'll tell you this: if I ever like moved to the UK and I would want to work at a hobby store, like that for me, I would take a pay cut to work at a hobby store. Probably not GW specific, but I would love to work at one, just because I am actually like obviously I love this shit. So to be able to spend all day like just talking to people about it, even if you don't necessarily make that many sales, to just spend your whole day like welcoming people in, talking to them about the hobby, talking about them all the cool stuff that, you know, like to spend all day doing that. I mean, I pretty much spend my free time doing that as it is. That for me would be like great. That would be so much fun. But yeah, again, working directly for GW though, the moment you bring them over to the sales numbers, eesh. There's number 2. Okay, I kept looking past it because I thought it was like 22. Okay. The Jekylls have so many components, it's kind of freaky. Was that go after 10th edition launch? Eesh. Wait, was there mass layoffs? Well, I mean, not like mass layoffs, but like were there covert layoffs? Because of like their worries of sales? Or they were trying to like buff up their sales in relation to their expenses. That doesn't surprise me. That sounds like a very GW move, but... And how long did you work there? Was there just during 7th edition? Nah. Okay. Wait, what? Okay, was let go after the 10th edition. Was there just during 7th edition? So wait. Was there just during 7th edition? Did you... Okay, I'm doing... So did you mean to say that you started there in 7th and then stayed until they fired you during the launch of 10th? Oh, okay. So you started in 7th, okay. Started during 7th there for roughly 6 years. And they, like, you were a 6-year loyal employee and they fired you? Just like that? Jesus. Words typing hard was fired after 10th came out. Okay. Was it... I don't want to pry too much, but was it because of 10th edition and they were making, like, cuts? Or was there, like, something that actually happened that led to... Okay, what's something... Silly stuff. Moved on, though. Okay, so it wasn't because of 10th, though. It was, like, something else. That just happens to be, like, the correlating time. Right? Because if so, then, you know, that's not as bad as I thought. Given, again, not knowing the exact situation. But if it's not just because they were trying to make cuts to boost their numbers, then, you know, nothing to be, like, appalled by, I guess, there. Yeah, it's time to say, okay. Gotcha. Okay, I wasn't sure if they, like, you were saying, like because of 10th coming out, they made, like, cuts based on that. Okay. If so, I was about to make a video on that. I was like, GW fires people to boost numbers during, like, that would be a reporting, all right. That would be a reporting, but no, like, okay. For a second there, I was like, whew. All right, so we got 2 and 2C. All these little bits. I mean, nuts. Okay. Sand off some of the offending construction material. I do wonder what they're going to cover on midnight tonight. Curious. Alright, so before we go any further, I think this is dried enough. Maybe it's dried too much. Yeah, I don't care if there's like too much of an uptick of the dirt and stuff. It's just leaving that imprint so I can easily place back down. Okay. Okay, good. That should be a solid imprint. Check. We're moving on to Corn Berserker because I'm gonna do a box of these guys. Then I'm gonna do a box of the Corn Berserkers. Then I'm gonna do the Jackals again. Or actually, I'm probably gonna hit up a box of 5 Terminators. Then repeat that cycle one more time through. And then probably finish off by doing all the rest of the Corn Berserkers, which is one more set after that. Yeah, once I'm done all of those basic units. Like, my plan is to do all the infantry, all the, like, the ground units, so to speak. Then I'm going to do the Rhino, and I'm going to leave off on Angron. Like, Angron's gonna be the final thing, because, like, if I'm gonna cram a model, I'm gonna try and cram a model I'm gonna be damn proud of, like, boosting a lot of time into. The Green Lion, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hello, good sir. Hello to you too. Good sir, I'm assuming. If I'm wrong, correct me. Welcome. How are you doing this fine evening? I hope well. It's been a very good afternoon. For me, anyway. Both weather-wise and mood-wise. But I had today off, so that kind of boosts that. There's a subtle mold line there. Just subtle enough. I want to address it. But I am hopeful they'll, good, just chilling. Enjoyed your latest video of warhammer on Twitter. I'm glad you did. I've actually got a decent influx of people from that. I will say this, like, on my Discord community, we've been talking about it. It's like the videos that do great on the channel. It seems to be, like, usually whenever I shit on, like, warhammer and stuff. For obvious reasons. I mean, in the algorithm and stuff, like, people are constantly looking up dunks on them, and it's not hard to find them. But plus I think I'm quite elegant with how I handle that, you know. I'm a very smarmy, snarky person typically, so I think that brings a lot of people enjoyment to watch them get, like, mocked and belittled a little bit. Like, whereas, like, Arch is, like, more gentlemanly than me, so he's a lot less smarmy. He's a lot less, he's more of an ideal opponent, I guess you could say. Because he's not out to get, like, petty. He avoids going petty. Me, I don't avoid it at all. Like, for me, I have the mentality, and I'm not saying this is the right mentality to have, mind you. I'm not saying if you don't have this mentality, you're wrong. This is me. And there are times when it is a good would argue it's a good mentality to have. And then there's times when it's a fucking bad idea to be as smarmy and as much of a dick as I can be. But I tend to go as low as someone else tries to go low on me. And if I see them trying to go lower, I kick them with steel toes. Like, that's my approach. It's like, I will let my opponent, so to speak, set the tone. And if they want to go low, they want to be immature, they want to be hateful, they want to do anything particularly petty, I don't think I'm going to be the bigger person. I'm not going to be the bigger person. Fuck that. I don't really see that as any kind of a benefit. I don't do that shit. So, yeah, if you go low, no, I will go much lower. If you want to go extremely low, I'll go extremely low. I will constantly move down however far down this pit hole you want to go. But again, like, people like Arch, he's the ideal. I think people should aim for a little bit more. He's snarky and smarmy at times, but most of the time he's calm, he's collected. He just kind of points out where they're right, where they're wrong. 90% of the time it's where they're wrong. You know, he's more of, like, the appropriate approach, the more mature approach. If you're looking for immaturity, I'm the person to go to most of the time. Although I do think I'm articulate enough in my videos, though. I mostly talked about, like, how I handle them on Twitter. Hey, Alpha Omega Project. That's my ass up. What did I just walk into? Conversation about, because the Green Line hopped in and found me through my latest coverage of Warhammer. So I was just kind of talking about, like, my approaches with it, and highly recommending to people to not look to me as an ideal on how to interact with these people. But I don't sugarcoat it at all. I'm petty, and I'll say this: I'll never be the first one to be petty. That's, like, the one redeeming quality I will give myself with this stuff. 100%. I will never be the first person to do shit like they do. Like Like, oh, your minis look so fucking ugly. Oh, what are you, retarded man-child? You know, they say stuff like that. I'll never start out, like, I'll never jump in like that. Like, if I just see someone is, like, woke, and, like, they post a lot of woke shit, and then they post about something I like, but if they post something ambivalent about 40K, it's not necessarily aggressive and going at people, then I will be respectful, and I'll simply respond with this basic respectful disagreement. The moment they do petty shit, though, is the moment I'm petty, like the most, like, tight asshole bitch cheerleader from high school ever. Like, you will not be able to top my pettiness if you want to go there. I meet them on the field of battle they choose. You choose the venue, I'll bring the butt plugs to shove up your ass. Anyway, that's me. Agreed. Also, I'm the Lion from the Legion. Ah, okay. How you doing? Been subbed for a year or two. Awesome. Love to hear it. I haven't seen you in a while on the streams. At least I'm not in recent memory. But that's perfectly fine. How you doing? The paint shaming was the worst. Paint jobs are off limits no matter what. That's what I always accepted as a rule. It's like, okay, we don't go after each other's actual, like, hobby itself. We go after each other's arguments. That's what, you know, having disagreements is about. If you're going to be aggressive about it, at least be aggressive about the thing that's actually, you know, the thing, which is the arguments. It's the point of view. It's the ideology. You know, that's the thing. Like, I'm not going to tell someone not to be passionate or argumentative or aggressive about those things. Absolutely. If you're passionate, be passionate. But be passionate about the related thing. Don't go off track and start, like, hacking down shit that has nothing to do with the fight. Like, that's like two armies meeting on a battlefield, and then one of the other armies points its artillery completely off the battlefield at a nearby neutral village that has nothing to do with the conflict. Like, it's just this random shit that makes you instantly look like the worst fucking villain. And that's what, like, the woke hammers do. As far as I've seen, like, especially with examples in the videos you guys are talking about, I just put up, like, the Iron Warriors guy, like, his little Horus Heresy Iron Warriors. I looked at the posts and stuff. It didn't, like, it didn't seem like he was an explicit member of Chudhammer. Like, he wasn't, like, it just was a post about his miniature. Like, it wasn't in response to something to do with, like, the nutjob wokies. It was just, here's my miniature. And so for me, and by that standard, he's a bystander. He's just sharing his stuff. And then that psycho comes in and says that, like, really nasty shit to him. Like for me, like, that's just, there's lowbrow and then there's pathetic. And that was pathetic. Even people like Bits, he had trans pride. Really? Kobe Charisma, like, attack him for being a tool, not for his paint job. Which was great anyway, choice of colors aside. I didn't even... Oh, Serb. Okay. I know what you're talking about if you're talking about Serb. I feel like it was such a dick thing to pick on somebody's miniature. Yeah, it's like that it's the high school bully. You know, it's the high school bully. It's the high school bully not bullying another high schooler. It's a high school bully bullying a kindergartner. Like, you go after someone who it's safest to go after. In the sense that, again, it seemed to be a bystander he was going after that had nothing to do with the situation. It had nothing to do with the current debates going on with female space marines, with woke ideology permeating the hobby. No, it had nothing to do with that. Yet for some fucked up reason, he went after them. So for me, it's like, and plus, because it's all on the internet and it's all keyboard warrior shit. I'm sorry, if you're bullying people online, automatically you're about as pathetic of a bully as a high school senior bullying a kindergartner. Like, what are they gonna do to you? You're bullying people who can't fight back and don't really have a way to make you pay the price for your actions. Now, on the upside is there's no physical harm happening, so obviously that's a huge difference. But it's just, you're doing you're doing and acting like you're a brave badass when you're doing the least badass and least brave thing you could possibly be doing. So, you know, it's pretty pathetic. And that's kind of the downside of, that's one of many downsides of going on Twitter if you're like in the Warhammer sphere, is a lot of the conversation and debates on there always kind of seem to turn into a political debate. You know, which isn't fun for anybody. It's not fun for me. I don't think it's fun for anybody. I'm choosing. Wait, where's 52? What? Is 52 even mentioned? It's not. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure it. Like, there's so many weapons on this base. Alright, so I need 2 weapons. So 16, 33, 50. Oh, there's 16 right there. Alright, we'll grab you. Yeah, I've been avoiding the drama, but as of late, warhammer has been really pissing me off. They used to hold me in the same regard as Grim and Metal Man. Maybe I should start talking shit again. I mean, hey, I'll say this: if you wanna, I encourage everyone to continue gatekeeping the hobby. I do. I remember a few years back when saying gatekeeping was such a taboo thing. Now I say it with pride. Gatekeep. You know, we're bouncers to the club. We got to keep people out who are going to try and change and alter the hobby for ideological, political reasons. We got to keep out the people who are trying to alter our space for no tangible benefit to that space. So, I'll say this, I gatekeep. So, as much as I'm not going to be like the woke where they say like, oh, you know, silence is agreement. Like, no. If you're someone who just simply doesn't want to deal with it, you don't want to handle the drama, you don't want to constantly have to get into arguments on behalf of the hobby and repeat yourself a million times, I understand. And I'm not going to pressure anybody to get involved in the fight if you don't want to. But if you're willing and able, I encourage everyone to get involved and to push back. Like, every voice pushing back against it, not only will GW notice it, the more people push back against it, but so will the layman, the middleman, so to speak, the silent majority. Because right now we need more people saying, you know, fuck this. Why female space marines? Fuck this. Why trans this bullshit? Fuck this. Why are you trying to do this, that, or the other? Like this political ideology push. Why doesn't add the fuck up? Sisters of Battle, Sisters of Silence, Female Guard. So many like inconsistencies, so many like bad points they have to make. Like, we need more voices doing that, because if we don't push enough, if we let them have a quarter of a mile, they're gonna take 6 kilometers. Like, they'll take as much as they possibly can, and any opening they're given, they'll tear it wide open. And if we don't push, we don't gatekeep, the hobby's gonna go the way of Disney. I wish that was hyperbole, but it's not. Like, we're in a state of things that's not ideal for the hobby space. 40k is more popular than it has ever been, and that is exactly why we are dealing with a lot of the issues we are. Now, for me, I do think the hobby getting more popular is a good thing somewhat. It's not overall. I wouldn't even say the majorly speaking, it's better that it's going as mainstream as it is. I do think that that is a problem, and it's gonna introduce more issues than it's gonna introduce solutions or introduce positives. But at the end of the day, we can't stop the hobby getting more popular, and so we really just got to adapt our approach as things continue. And not every new person that's coming in is a political nut job. I guess I should voice that as well, because I don't think we say that enough. I do think, like, oftentimes when it talks about new people coming in the hobby, it is always this vibe of, like, okay, it's all, like, the nasty new people. But there are new people who are genuine fans. There are new people coming in who are like, yeah, why female Space Marines? Why? That doesn't make any sense. We are getting good, genuine new fans and genuine new people coming in. It's not all tourists. So, you know, I do think that needs a little bit of a highlight, because oftentimes when we talk about this, it just always comes off like oh, any new people is bad. And I do kind of want to avoid that becoming the narrative and that becoming the belief. Come on, Mr. Glue. I believe in you. There we go. I didn't want a lot of it to come out. I just wanted some. There you go, Mr. Glue. Nope, stay on there. Nope, don't stick to my finger. Yep. Oh. Stay. 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 Do not fall off. Stay. Okay. So now to find the other armed weapons. Why does everything have to get so political? Like, if the lore says it's this way, then it's this way. Like, even if boys and girls are not different IRL before puberty, it's been stated in the lore. Correct. And that's the thing. Like, I mentioned this during, like, Arch's debate with Radhom. They were constantly going back to, like, real world examples of things. For me, that shouldn't have been part of the argument. Like, they should. For me, especially when it comes to fictional universes. Especially if they're completely fictional, like 40k, where there's no basis in history. It's not like Bannerlord, right? Where Bannerlord is kind of like, it's history, but fiction at the same time. You know, there's like more concrete rules with that. But with something like Warhammer 40k, with something like Star Trek even, although like Star Trek I do think should have more real world science involved. Obviously some pseudoscience, but even then, probably not the best example. Star Wars. Star Wars is probably a better example. Star Wars, 40k, outlandish, basically fantastical settings. I don't genuinely care about like female guard being as strong as a male guard physically and being able to do all the same things. There's weirder stuff in the setting. I think that's fine. I think that's cool oftentimes. As long as it's done in a way that isn't like, oh, men are nothing and women are everything. Like, as long as they're portrayed to be complementing each other, I think it's fine. Like, thematically, I think it's fine. I think it's cool, and I think it's enjoyable. And I think it makes it more fun for everybody, because, you know, when we have like those unique characters that we can root for that just happen to be men or happen to be women, as opposed to gender being a conversation, it should be who they are as a person. You know, there are female characters in the lore that men can relate to and have related to for years, and that look up to and like. And there are female characters that men can't relate to personally, but they're still cool, amazing characters that like we follow and we enjoy. So it's just it turns into this frustrating ball half the time. Mexican Oni, welcome to stream. Hey man, seen your videos a few times. Just join the hobby. Okay, welcome. I just started painting. I'm doing so while watching this stream. I have a Space Marine miniature. I'm painting it as a salamander. Looks bad. Obviously I can't see it, but I don't think it looks, I'll say this. If you think it looks bad, note to yourself to make it look better. Now, don't correct, like, obviously you're in the middle of painting it, but even when after you're done, if you still think it looks bad, don't remove the paint. Like, don't strip that model ever. Keep that model as bad as you think it is right now, as bad as it is. Now, I haven't seen it. I doubt it's as bad as you're worried it is, but keep that model forever. Have a place of honor for it somewhere. Because that model, that first model of yours, is now forever entombed as your benchmark from where you started to where you're going to be. Because my first model, I did lose. And I'm very sad about that, because it was ugly as fuck. It was ugly as all hell. It was an orc model. I was a little orc boy, and I did not thin my paints whatsoever. I took them right out of the fucking thing. I was 13 at the time. I didn't know any of the rules. And that thing looked ugly as shit. It's gone. I lost it. Not on purpose. And I wish I still had it. Because I would love to compare that model to an orc boy I painted just last year. And then I want to look at them side by side and see just how far I've come. Because that is going to be a huge hobby motivator for a lot of people, including yourself. So hold on to that model. I cannot get the effects I want with the green effect I want. Well, hey, always look up tutorials. I'm not sure exactly what effect you're looking for, but there's always tutorials from experienced painters on YouTube and other places. There are some from painters that maybe you aren't going to like as people, but they might have good videos and tutorials. So, look around. I don't know what effect you're looking for, but I'm sure it'll look pretty cool. Just remember the core rules. Don't lick your paintbrush. Believe it or not, I do have to verbalize that. A lot of people have struggled with that one. Two thin coats. Make sure to thin your paints. Now, a lot of people would recommend you get a wet palette. That's what I have. I recommend wet palettes for people. But if not a wet palette, get a dry palette. Or get a dry palette sheets. Somewhere to like put your paint down, take a little water, dip it in, and manually thin each and every color. But remember, regardless, make sure to thin your paints. Also, make sure you prime your models before you start painting. Because if you paint over the raw plastic, that paint will peel right off. Priming them first gives the paint something to adhere to, so it stays on there and it doesn't peel off over time, at least not as easily. And if you want to absolutely ensure the paint, you'd have to intentionally scrape it with like a scalpel or something. Varnish them. A good one is Citadel's Munition. I think it's Munitorum or something like that. Munitorum varnish. It's a clear varnish. It has no sheen to it, so it won't look like plastic, or it won't look like reflective plastic if you use that. That's what I use for my models, and you can't tell that it's varnished once it is. And for example, to use my Mauler Fiend as an example again, this guy is varnished. Like he has a coat of varnish over that paint, and there's no reflective sheen. I mean, there is a little bit there, but that's not from the varnish. That's just the raw paint. Now this is a good example of a varnished model. He's got a protective coat on, so nothing will peel or strip. So yeah. Boom. So yeah, some really basic advices to give anybody who's new. But I wish you luck, Mexican Oni. I hope you can achieve the effect you're looking for. Alright, so that should be dry now. I was saying something before, wasn't I? Fuck. Well, while I look for the next component, I'll think about it. In some cases, it doesn't come off. I get some secondhand models which painted but no primer, and it's a pain to that. Sorry, it's what? It's a pain to that paint off. Well, it's a pain to get that paint off. Okay. Yeah, that's also a case to keep in mind. I suppose, though, like, for that to happen, though, you can't be using acrylics. Because acrylic paints, like, if there's no primer underneath them, they will peel off. I can't imagine what you'd have to do to make sure that those stay on to the point where it's actually more difficult to strip them. So that sounds like they used a different kind of paint. I hate to imagine what. Those who don't know, like, the differences between paints, generally you won't need to know the differences because nearly all model paints are acrylic. But there are different types of paints out there. There are some lead-based paints that are used for, like, really old model kits. Those don't come off really at all. Like, you have to basically dip the model in acid. And I wish that was a joke, but if you want to strip a model with lead paint on it, you gotta dip that, you gotta drown that shit in acetone. Now, don't do that with a mini with acrylic paints, and never assume what's painted on a model is like a lead-based paint. Assume it's an acrylic, and you can easily remove that with isopropyl, or yeah, I guess you can also remove it with acetone. I'd recommend not using acetone if it's plastic. Like, if it's a metal mini, go ham. Doesn't matter what you use. You could use acetone. That shit will be fine. But if most minis are plastic, from GW anyway, or resin, use isopropyl, IPA. I'd say 80 proof or higher. And don't drown it and don't leave it overnight. Don't do anything crazy like that. Again, there's whole tutorials out there for stripping. And I'm not going to do a whole tutorial right here for you. But just some general advice. Look up a tutorial. And when you strip the mini, get an old disposable toothbrush you never intend to fucking use again. Get like a little Tupperware container, fill that with IPA, get some eye protection, and be in a well-ventilated area, because keep in mind, high-proof IPA is toxic. Or wear a ventilator, as well as being in a ventilated area. And, you know, just dip the model in it. Don't drown it, don't leave it there, but, like, put it in, like, halfway full or all the way full of IPA for maybe a few minutes. Pull it out with gloves. And, you know, basically scrape at it with the brush onto a piece of paper towel or something. That's how I've stripped minis, and it's usually the safest method. Keep in mind, though, again, you're dealing with, like, to get paint off, you have to corrode it. So, corrosive materials like IPA, acetone, similar chemicals. A, that shit's toxic, so always ventilation. But B, it can also, as well as it can melt the plastic off, melt the paint off, it can melt the plastic off. So, be very careful, go slow, follow a tutorial very, very carefully if it's your first time. Me, I don't have to. I know I've stripped too many minis at this point. I could do it blindfolded. But yeah, like that's something I want to throw out there to anybody who is planning on stripping their minis, which I don't generally recommend you do anyway. Like, if you make a bad mini and it's badly painted, I usually would recommend keeping that, and as a memento of like, hey, this is where I was at this stage, and then when much later, after you've improved your skills, you've got more practice down, all that's done, you come back to it and you can look at it with pride. And not look at it like some douchebag on Twitter saying it looks like a retarded toddler did it. Because they're an asshole. Excuse me. You're using AK paints. Okay. I can't give you too many tips with AK paints. I've never used them. I recommend Vallejo as a brand. If you ever... I'm not going to say using AKs is wrong. They seem to work just fine, from what I've seen. And some people do recommend AK, so they're probably good paints, and I would say they're probably similar to Vallejo, but for personal recommendation, I'd say Vallejo. A friend of mine owns a hobby store and recommended those as a beginner. They're not bad choices as a beginner. If you're going, like... I'd recommend for, like, a budget beginner, usually get the Army Painter brand. You can get, like, a huge box of them with some brushes. Like, the whole range of Army Painter for, like, less than $100. Although it might be more than $100 now that after inflation. But at the time I last checked it was like $70, $80 for like 200 plus paints. Start painting while I'm... Okay, sorry. I went too high. Basic colors, I don't know if that is the issue. Okay. Colors, I don't know if that is the issue. I may be asking too much of matte colors. Well, again, I'm not sure what you're... If I knew exactly what it is you were trying to do, I could give advice. Not knowing the exact thing you're trying to do, I can't tell you if it is the paints. I can't tell you if it's your approach. I don't care if it's... I can't tell you if it's... yeah, I genuinely can't prod you in one direction or another without knowing the exact details. I say the YouTubers paint salamanders and they all look shiny, and mine looks not shiny and rough. Looks shiny. Wait, are you thinning your paints? If I'm interpreting what you're saying correctly, are you thinning your paints, Mexicanoni? Hey Daniel Lindsay, welcome to stream. Man, I need to show you some models I did with one unthinned layer of Abaddon black. I can imagine that looks pretty chunky. Still think you should hold on to it like that, and again, put it somewhere with pride. Use it as a benchmark for much later when you're doing better. I say that to every new painter. It's like, don't ever get rid of that shit. God damn it, YouTube is not letting purists comment. That's pissing me off. Great. Oh, Aisha and shared on the Discord earlier some of his minis. Yeah, firstborns. I love how they look like they're on the actual road. Okay. Drop Discord there for a second. Oh, someone added me again. Fuck. I'm just doing some quick checks. Oh, the beauty of being a YouTuber. I got to constantly check the socials. Yep, thinning them as a guide showed me I confirmed it's thin enough to show my skin without being transparent. Is that the right way? That's not how I tell if it's thin enough. I mean, I'm not going to say that's the wrong way to tell. Generally speaking, I use a wet palette. I don't know if you're using a wet palette or if you're just applying some water onto like use as an example, onto like a dry palette like this. I don't know what you're using. I also don't know what you're using to thin. Are you using water or are you... yeah, like there's a... Man, I have a laundry list of questions. Like, are you using acrylic paints? And if you're using AK, you are. Safe to say. I'm pretty sure AKs are acrylic. Barmy Fanny, welcome to the stream. Welcome. Again, what are you using to thin it? Are you using a paint thinner or are you using water? I generally recommend people use water. Using a paint thinner sounds nice, but first of all, it's more expensive because you go through that a lot if it's your sole way of thinning the paint. But also, sometimes it can make the paint too thin too easily, if that makes sense. Like I think, keep in mind, it may look like water in the bottle and stuff, but it's paint thinner. Like it's a chemical mixture that is actually meant to thin the paint more than just water would. Like usually it's used to, make a paint usable in an airbrush. So, yeah, like there's a laundry list. Again, it'd be easier if I could see what you're trying to do, but you have a wet palette made on plastic plate. Okay, so you have a DIY wet palette with a couple of kitchen napkins and a wax paper on top with water to thin. I mean, that sounds like that should work the same way as I mean, long term, it's not going to last as well as a normal wet palette would. But, I mean, for the purposes of painting in the moment, that should work. Get you a PM on Discord? Alright, hold on. Huh. I think those look very nice. Oh, jeez. Hold on, let me share that way you guys know what I'm looking at. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. That was sent to me by a line in the chat. Yeah, those look really nice. I actually like those. Fix my view here. Yeah, I actually like these. I will zoom in just a little bit. You got careful line work. It's very clean. Like this right here is usually where it's easy to see where someone like newer makes mistakes. Excuse me, that's my dog. She is a barker. But yeah, you got clean line work. I mean, like, this is where it'd be easier to see like mistakes of like the red like bleed onto the Aquila. Oh, well, I guess skull and wings. Like, this is where like there's a little bit like right there, but that is like minuscule, and especially on the tabletop, no one's gonna see that. So, but this is extremely clean. Like, you can tell right here how careful your brush work was. I really like your cross there. My assumption is like at base coat it was like black, and then you did the ridge manually with the gold, and then you did the red dot. The red dot is one flat color. I would give for like some hobby advice here. If you guys ever want to make a jewel or anything look more reflective, I mean, I hate to keep using it as the example, but yeah, okay. So I'm gonna use two examples for what I'm gonna say here. Let me lower this image real quick. Actually, let me shrink this image so you guys know what I'm talking about as I work. So you paint like a child? No, you're fine, you're fine. So when it comes to paint work, when it comes to doing like reflectivity, if that is even a word. Hold on. So with trying to get a good mixture of lighting here. Okay, so without trying to get the reflection here too much. So when you're trying to make something look like it glows, or make something look, I'm on camera, work with me here. Alright, so when you're trying to make something look like it glows, and I'm not sure if that's what you were going for with the gem. It being a flat color is also fine. But if you ever want to add like a glow effect, you're going to start with the base tone of like a dark color. You're then going to go in with a slightly lighter shade of that same color. Now, for example, with red, like the jewel is right there. You're going to start with like a dark tone of a red like he's got right there. Then you'd add like a dot of a slightly brighter red that'll take up most of the gemstone, but still leaving the very outer edge, the first color you painted down. Then a slightly smaller dot. You might switch to like 3 different brushes while you do this. You'll add a mix. You'll add a dot of a mixture of that lighter red with some yellow to make like an orange, like a red fiery orange. You do a dot of that. Now you can also do pink if you just want to do like it all in the same ratio color. You can keep adding white as like the reflectivity. But if you're looking for something that's like looking fiery or looking like glowing in that sense, you're gonna then move on, and you can kind of see it here, although again the lighting's not really working with me here. You can see it with my Mauler Fiend right there. The base tone is a dark red. It's the corn red. And then I added a layer of Vallejo's Bloody Red, which is that. And then from there, to emphasize the highlight areas, I then took the Vallejo Bloody Red and I mixed just a couple dashes of Flash Gets Yellow to make it like a brighter orange. And then I kind of just filled that in towards where I wanted the glow to be coming from, and I did like striations away from it to just kind of fade back into the red, like a glow does. Like a glow fades back into the colors on the outer edges of it. So I did that with that orange. I then did with that orange, I added just a little bit more Flash Gets Yellow for a slightly brighter, and I just went slightly closer to the event horizon, if you will, of the glow. And then I ended off with just pure Flash Gets Yellow for a slight line towards where the glow is. And once that's all put together, it creates a satisfying glow effect. So you do that whenever you're like trying to make something look like it's glowing. You don't need an airbrush. This is all brush work. Like everything you see here, none of this was done with an airbrush. I pretty much never use airbrushes. I have one, technically. It's a mobile airbrush thing. I've never used it, though. I got it to try out painting a Gundam, but I still haven't done that. So, yeah, this is my wheelhouse, normally, hand-painted fades and stuff. So, yeah, that's just a little bit of advice. And also, if you want to, like, make it look like it's reflective, just add a couple dots of white. On an eyeball, usually the dots of white are, like, slightly off of the pupil. Like up in the corners or up in the lower edges. And usually, like, don't go ham with that. Just a couple very toned down dots of white like they're in there make all the difference in making it look more reflective. And the other example I was going to use was this guy, which maybe letting my thing be brighter here will work for this. This is example of what I was saying before. It's a bit of an uglier example, but with the reflectivity of like the orbs on the edges here. Yeah, it's just red, then like a dash of like a pink, and then white in the center. It's really lazy and basic, but I still think this especially at a distance, this satisfactorily sells the reflectivity of like an orb at a distance. So, you know, a much more basic version of what I did here. Again, keep old minis around for progress shots. Sorry about that. I go on tangents. But hopefully some of that, if any of it, was helpful. Be right back. My puppy is begging to go out. Well, I could relate with mine just a few minutes ago. Yes, I'm cool. Yeah. But for when the green line gets back, dude, I think these are really, really solid. The line work, the clean paint work is there. It's evident. I don't think it looks bad at all. I think this looks pretty damn good. It's a great start. I don't know if this is intentional, but there's like a lot of scratchiness on some of it too, so that makes it look more weathered. But yeah, I like those aggressors look really good. It's got flaws for sure, but it's all stuff you work on, and it's very minor overall. Very, very minor issues there. I sent an image of my salamander on Discord person. Okay. Okay. Well, that looks gorgeous. What? Yeah, zooming in. That looks great. I also left you an orc truck in your Discord for calls. What? I will take a look at that. I guess at this point we're just doing model review. I don't know, maybe I should make that a segment on my streams since we're doing it here. Maybe, I don't know if people are going to want to do it in the future. But, yeah, just taking a look. This is a solid model, man. I mean, I really love the glow effect. Like, if this is one of your first models, you have a glow. Like this, if someone shared this with me and said, hey, this is my first model, I wouldn't believe them. I'd be like, okay, this is more like your 10th, right? Like your 10th or not, like... This, to me, this is your start. I cannot wait to see where you're going to be in just a month if you do this consistently. You can give pointers to beginners. And yeah, true. For a segment. Dude, like, again, like, I don't know what it is about this you're worried about. I will say instantly the biggest flaw I see is the paint is a little thick. So the method you're using to thin your paints is not thinning it enough. So I don't know if you have much of a budget to work with, but I'd recommend looking into getting yeah, the thing is, at a distance this model looks amazing. Like I'm having to literally like focus my eyes carefully on the smaller stuff to see the flaws with it. The biggest flaw is the paints are very thick. Let me zoom in a bit more. So let me do it like this. Okay, that might be too zoomed in. So right here you can see it best on the Aquila. Well, this isn't really an Aquila. It's what Primaris have. The Aquila-like symbol on the chest. This right here, you can see the thickness. Like, this is, like, the paint is so thick, it's almost, like, completely obscuring this. So, you definitely need to thin the paints a lot more. Now, again, I don't want you to strip this model. I highly encourage you keep this the way it is. Finish it to the point you want, but hold on to it as a reminder of, like, where you were. And, again, I really stress the memento thing. That can be such a huge hobby motivator in the future. But honestly, despite this is what impresses me most. Despite the fact that the paint is so thick, this looks as good as it does. Like, you zoom out, like, at all. Yeah, like, if I zoom out this far, like, this is roughly how big it would look on the tabletop, right? Like, you're all standing over it, you all have a tournament getting set up. This is how big it would look. At this distance, is anyone going to say this looks bad? Fuck no. Not unless they're being a disingenuous douchebag. This looks great. The biggest flaw, from what I can see, is the paint needs to be way thinner. Like, it needs to almost be waterish. You need to see the wateriness when you apply it. It needs to look very reflective. As it is right now, the paint is super thick. So, yeah, that's like the one flaw. One big flaw, I'll say. Right now, though, like, for that glow effect that you've got going, like, that is solid. Like, that technique is really... Basically, what I'm looking at here is I'm looking at, not necessarily elite, but, like, I'm looking at advanced from a beginner's perspective. I'm seeing advanced techniques being done over flawed fundamentals, is the best way to put it. Like, you're jumping ahead of the curve, I guess I would say. In the sense that before you... it's kind of a situation where you're trying to learn to fly before you've even learned to walk. Because, again, like, one of the most core fundamentals of miniature painting is thinning the paints down. And this is... like, if your paint is thick to the point where you can, like, see it physically like this without putting on multiple layers, that's when you know you've got it way too thick. Like, you want it much more watery. Much more watery. So, one recommendation I'll give to help with that is get an actual wet palette. Like, the DIY one you got going is at least seemingly not doing the trick. So, the one I have, this is what I have for a wet palette, a stay wet palette, handy palette. This one I got online. It came with the sponge in it, and the replacement sponges are super cheap. This right here cost me like $20. Actually, no, this didn't even cost me 20 bucks. This cost me like 10. And I can actually look up the prices right now if you'd like. Hold on. Let me look up the prices here. You just go to Amazon, for example. Wet palette for painting miniatures. I skip the clearly overpriced sponsored ones and actually go to a reasonable looking one that isn't super freaking pretentious. There's the one I used to have. Alright, so that one's not actually selling right now. Well, that's stupid. Well, let me look for similar ones then. So, right now, just looking through, they are more expensive than when I first bought mine. But, that being said, even the ones that I do think are a little overpriced are still relatively cheap. Like, a lot of these wet palettes, a lot of them seem to be going for $20, around that much, 20, 25. And most of them come with more than just the wet palette itself, which is good to see. Some of them come with brushes. Some of them come with like a straight edge to help you with like putting down the wax paper. So yeah, generally speaking, there seems to be quite a few choices. I'm just looking at Amazon, and this is, you can go to eBay, you can go to an actual hobby store. Oftentimes they have wet palettes. You can go to Michael's or Hobby Lobby, stuff like that. And yeah, it's looking like a lot of them are going for around $20 to $30. So what I would recommend is, if you have the money, to order one. Just a very basic, doesn't need to be fancy, just a very basic wet palette. Pick that up, and with that you can watch tutorial videos directly related to it. I can even do one if you want to come on a stream at one time, and just I'll take one of the wax. You know, I'll take, for example, this is what my current wet palette looks like. Oh shit! Let me hide that image. You know, this is what my wet palette looks like. Very glossy, very, very glossy. That's because it's very wet. Now, mine might even be a little too wet, because the paint's almost coming off the edges. But that being said, this is a lot closer to what it should look like. And obviously, like, you mix it in with a brush, it'll still look a little pasty. But this is too. I'd say this is a little bit further in the wrong direction in terms of it's too thin. But it should look more glossy like this for your paints. So, but without like a wet palette for me to give you advice on, it's like I don't generally thin paints with water on my dry palette unless I'm going for like a pseudo wash, like I'm trying to make a wash effectively. So that's something I would say for some advice, is get an actual wet palette rather than trying to do a DIY one. DIY ones are fine. If you want to keep trying to use that and just try and thin the water a little bit better, or sorry, thin the paints a little bit better, go right ahead. That might be very rewarding to do. But just my 2 cents on it for some advice there. So yeah, once you get the thinning down though, this will look sharp as heck. This will look great. As it is, it looks great. Again, the distance check, it passes. You like at a distance, that looks like a solid miniature. That is something that you shouldn't be ashamed of at all, like bringing to a tournament and playing with. There's definitely room for improvement, but we all have room for improvement. My minis are nowhere near perfect. I do really appreciate you taking your time on stream to give those pointers. I will look for a wet palette and review some of the thinning tips to see if I can get it correctly. Yeah, I mean, it's a part of it is going to be practice. Yeah, a part of it, like for me, the hardest thing is describing like exactly what the paint is supposed to look like to know how thin it correctly is. Oftentimes, my thing is it's better to be too thin as opposed to not thin enough. because not thin enough, it cakes on, and it's really... if it's too thin, worst case scenario, you do more than 2 thin layers. Because if it's too thin and it's too watery, it's very easy to instantly see it, because if it's too watery, it'll, like, drip off. Like, it'll, like, go to recesses, and it'll flood in. Like, that, like, it'll be very... If it acts like water on the surface of what you're painting, then it's too thin. But if it's very glossy, if it's very, like, droopy, but it's not, like, oozing into the recesses the moment you put the brush down and going where you don't want it to go, like that, again, it's very hard for me to describe exactly how the paint should be acting when it's at the right exact amount of thinness. Like, that's not easy to really describe. So I'm sorry I can't give you that advice to, like, that specific level. I would just simply say practice, and, you know, over time, especially if you're watching tutorial videos, you'll get a visual, because a lot of people have better cameras than I do, right? Like, my camera's not amazing. Like, a lot of those YouTubers who do mini painting videos as their main bread and butter, they have really good cameras that show you just very explicitly what it's supposed to look like. So, you know, just pay attention to how they thin them, how much water they're putting. Again, practice a little bit with your own, look at tutorials. But, yeah, like, the biggest flaw you have, and it's a very easy flaw to overcome, is thinning your paints. It's a very common mistake people make as well with their first miniatures. It's like the most common mistake. And, yeah, it's nothing to be ashamed of, nothing to be self-conscious about. This is a very normal, thing. Very, very normal. But great start, man. I mean, you already are practicing glow effects. You're already keeping in mind, like, lighting and directional lighting. Your line work is already pretty clean. It looks a little dirty here, but that's because the paint is thick. It's not because it actually is dirty. So if this is your start, I cannot wait to see where you're at in a month. In a month, if you're painting consistently, it's gonna look amazing. You got a road ahead of you, and it's all uphill, man. So this is a really good start. Anyway, where was I? I completely forgot. Even too much damn advice. No, genuinely, where was I? Right, I was looking for a 2C weapon. Where's 4? Oh, there it is. Well, that was easy. So drop 4 down there, boom, boom. So you got another 2 hours before GW stream, and I'm full of energy. So I think we're gonna make it to watch the broadcast. Assuming you all want to stick around for that, of course. I'd be happy to have you if you are interested. I was thinking about doing an open mic tomorrow. I don't know. Although the open mic would be like the last few open mics have been a bit more exciting. This would be a little bit more of a laid back open mic. And it'd be talking about like predictions for Old World, and also talking about the launch was my idea. But who knows? The broadcast, the live stream for GW at midnight, that might give me a whole new topic to talk about tomorrow. That's assuming, like, I may not do the open mic. I do work tomorrow, so we shall see. Excuse me. Damn boy, hey fit. Nah, for real though, that is way better than my first model. Yeah, and that's the thing. That was better than my first model for sure. My first model, I wasn't trying to do glow effects. I didn't even know how to do that. For me, it was just like, I have a brush. I bought this paint. I'm gonna stick the brush in the paint, and I'm going to slap it on. Why is it so thick? Like, I'm sure if someone had filmed me like 10 years ago, well, I first started painting, I guess technically like 9 years ago, But like 10 years ago when I first got in the hobby, and then they like recorded me painting 9 years ago the first time, I'm sure it would have looked fucking hilarious. I would look like a caveman, like. Oh god. I wish I still had my first model ever. I do. Oh, well, I don't have my first model ever, because my first models were orcs. But I do have... Well, before I even get off my ass and look for it for a minute, I think I know where to look immediately. But do you guys want to see one of my earliest models? Not my first. I don't have my first anymore. But one of my earliest miniatures for 40k. Or miniature painting in general. Just put a Y in the chat, or put a... Alright, got a yes from Shadow. Shadow Fox. Only one yes? Yeah, sure. Oh, well, that's enthusiastic. Yeah, sure. Okay, yeah. Guys, okay, you know. Okay, well, we're getting yeses, so I'll be right back. Real quick. So, these aren't my first ones, but these are these are pretty early on. These are pretty early on. All right, and I've preserved them. They are painted in the way they were originally painted by me. I won't pull them all out because I won't put you through that. Looking at all of them, but I'll use the cream of the crop examples. There we go. Boom. All right. So these are my very first models. Okay. So this is one of my very first models painted. Can't believe that glue held up. I used basic like craft glue for that base. I didn't use any super glue. So if you're wondering why it looks so shiny, that's because I used a gloss wash, and I didn't realize it was gloss. I was told this. I would say in terms of like numbered miniature, this is probably my 4th or 5th miniature ever. This is my 4th or 5th ever, and I did not know what the fuck I was doing. Like, now, my biggest shame is how thick the paint is, for sure. But my biggest pride with this is how clean some of my line work was. Like, my edge lines there. This is a 9-year-old model, by the way. Like, well, technically the model is older than 9 years, but because I got the kit 10 years ago. But yeah, this was my first, like, I believe this is my first Space Marine I've ever done. Because before this, I did a handful of orcs. But this is the first Space Marine model I ever made. I'm trying to get the sharpest view here. So, this is where I got my start. Make sure the focus is on him. Yeah. Alright, so that's like my first Space Marine I did ever. This, believe it or not, this was done after that model. It looks way worse. But this is a, I believe this is a metal mini. underneath all that. Well, I'm not sure. It's heavy, so it feels like it's a metal mini. Now, I don't know what I did from this to the previous one, but obviously this looks way worse. This looks way, way, way worse. So the paint is super thick, first of all. Super, super, super thick. My line work is not as clean as that model was. I don't know what I used for a metallic, but it's super bright. Like, this isn't lead belcher. This is, like, something even brighter. God knows what I was using for paint at the time. You know, for some reason, I was really obsessed with putting, like, red in all of these, like, recesses. And my line work is pretty much just, is a lot worse than it was in the previous model. But, again, believe it or not, this was after that other model. So... yeah, and around this, well, not around the same time, but shortly after I painted this guy is when I painted this guy. Now, I was going for like a bloody effect here, if I recall correctly, but it actually kind of just looks like I fucked up. Flash is quite daunting to paint. It is in general. So obviously this one is a little bit better than... no, this guy. But that being said, it's still very, very rough. I did like a dry brush of a red here, clearly. So I was going for blood. This is before I realized technical colors exist. Although at the time, this is 10 years ago, so I don't know how old Blood for the Blood God is as a paint. So this might have been the only way to do it back then. I don't know what I was going for. I think this was an attempt at a glow effect. Because like there's like a base of red and then there's a little orange in there. It's weird for me to look at this model because I'm looking back at young me, trying to remember what I was thinking. And it's kind of hard to figure that out. It's like what was wee Asmo thinking when he was painting this? He was probably thinking, I'll figure it out eventually. It'll come to me, and it never did. Not at the time. So yeah, this is where I got my start. You know, these are very flawed, very, very flawed. They got a lot of problems with them. This is, if you were to look at this and I were to show you the Mauler Fiend next to it, would you say the same person painted them? My assumption is no. Like y'all wouldn't say the same person painted both. Yeah, just a few years apart, practice makes better. Indeed. And that's, those are a decade old. And I'll probably hold on to those to the day I die in that form. I don't ever intend to strip them. Because I like to keep those as a reminder. And I'm still sad my very first miniature I don't have anymore. But I intend to keep those for as long as humanly possible. So I will forever have those to look at. And then to look at... I mean, to just do a side-by-side. A little dusty, but no. Good point. But just to do a side by side. So just doing a basic side-by-side. Actually, zoom in. Bang. Ah! Sorry. But yeah, this was painted 4 years ago. Actually, no, 3, 4. It's 2024. So 2020. So 4 years ago. This is a 4-year-old model. This is just about a decade. or coming up on a decade. Same person painted him. That's me. Hand painted cross, painting a bump out cross and still somehow not getting the lines right. Careful edge highlighting I did all across there. No edge highlighting to speak of. Non-gloss washes, so everything looks nice and clean. Little careful line work here to make it look like a stretched or strained leather. Whatever the hell that is. Again, like this should hopefully, this is my intent with showing you guys this stuff, is from your start to where you'll be in just a few short years, let alone months, if you do it like way more consistently than I have, you will see your growth skyrocket. You just gotta have faith in yourself, belief in yourself, and again, you gotta have the motivation to learn, to practice, to do things in appropriate manners, and don't be afraid to look up a tutorial. Like, don't be afraid to ask for advice. Don't be afraid to do any of that stuff. Because from where you are now, you may be somewhere way better in just a short amount of time with enough practice and enough of a separate approach. Because that's all that's differing between these two things, is a few years of experience. Yeah. Just want to show you that. And again, hold on to your originals, folks. Hold on to your originals. So when you look at this, then you look at this, and remind yourself how far you've come. Now I'll stop being corny. I'll stop being corny. And get back to assembling my jackals, which I've made oh so much progress on today. It's okay. The streams are mostly for banting anyway, but still. Whew. Okay, where was I? Oh yeah. Was cleaning up the sword. The sword! The sword in the stone! He's coming for us! Oh no! I don't know where that came from. It wasn't even a quote from anything, that was just random. So, boom. So dry fitting is good, so let's add the glue. It's too much glue. Hey, Paris. What was the question again? Wasn't paying attention the last 2 minutes. Was focused on something. The question was if you guys wanted to see my old models, my originals, which again, my very first model I don't have anymore. My first 3 or 4 models I don't have anymore. They were orc boys that I had. I've lost them since, which is disappointing, but that's his life. But I'm thankful I still have those guys to hold on to. Very appreciative of having my original work to look at and go, fuck, I have improved. It's like, damn, if me and my old self had a painting contest, I'd kick my ass. Actually, that reminds me of that scene from Liar Liar with Jim Carrey, where he's in the bathroom and that guy comes in and goes, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "I'm kicking my own ass. Do you mind?" Jim Carrey fucking ruled the 90s, man. He ruled the 90s, early 2000s, and he kind of starting to come back and rule in it again, because a lot of people seem to be a fan of his Dr. Eggman. From the live-action Sonic the Hedgehog movies. Set that there. Gotta get his backpack on. Actually, I gotta find his head first, I suppose. What head there I'm supposed to find? So. What is this? Yeah. Home to Papa. Thank you. Boom. Drop the head. More southern, less Boston. I don't live in Boston. You accidentally made it shiny. Now was that intentional or unintentional pun there? Well, I'm gonna say unintentional because I didn't realize I made a pun. What? What did I say that was a pun? I don't know. I'm in live chat. Why? Not to get too corny. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't realize it. I did not realize. Yeah, whenever I start the streams, I always start the streams in live chat so I can see everybody. Okay. That is an awkward head position. Okay. I believe I can fly. I believe I can cross the sky. Yeah, that's what he looks like. It looks like he's ready to sing that solid ass tune. All right, so I think that's all that's left for him is his backpack or his back thingy. A bobber. A do. Yeah, sure. It was a happy one. Ah, okay. Yeah, sure. I can't really do southern on that one. Come on. If I had my banjo on me, I'd be like bang bang bang. Yeah, sure. Even then, it still comes out Bostonian. I live in New England, so it's the New England accent. I can only do like the most stereotypical southern accent, like, well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. You're done. You know, stuff like that. I can only do the most stereotypical, like, southern accent. I can't do an accurate one. I wish I could. That would be so fun to be able to, like, pull out at parties. I can't do... Some accents I straight up, like... I'll never be able to do them. Never. Like, the Australian accent. I cannot get that down. I try it and I always end up sounding British. Right, crikey, you know. Then they're like, hey, say a sentence that doesn't have crikey in it. It's like, yeah, well, I'm screwed. Can't do it. Six. Fuck is 6? You want to hear? Oh, there it is. Time to get the little blood lever in here. Just little snip her out, and then make sure to do all the nasty stuff on the back. Yep, there we go. Sound like my cousin Cletus. Sound like my cousin Cletus. Not half bad. Careful there. Say it too much, you sound like you need to be at a family reunion. I don't know, I think it's bad, but I'm glad you don't think it's bad. Easiest I found is backwoods North Georgia accent. You just sound like Boomhauer from King of the Hill. I have a confession to make. I've never seen King of the Hill. I've seen clips of King of the Hill. I have not seen King of the Hill. So. Bit of a confession there to make. I was a South Park man. South Park and a little bit of Family Guy. Like, those were like the cartoon irreverent comedies I grew up with. I watched The Simpsons on like random reruns here and there, but that's about it. And I mostly watched South Park when my parents didn't know I was watching South Park. You'd be surprised how many people in Central Mississippi sound like that. Maybe. I don't know. I've never been there, so I would have to find that out the hard way, and hopefully I won't, because if I find out the hard way how accurate I am with a punch to the face, well, I won't be practicing that accent no more. I'll say this, my southern accent's better than my Russian accent. My Russian accent always bleeds into sounding like something else, I think. So where'd you get the vodka? No, not even go further than that. That was horrible. Chickity I see you next time. Even that one bled into something else. Like, I can't even do like the fucked up Russian Slavic accent that Boris does. No, I'm not saying he doesn't act. I know he's from that region, so. But even he has said like his accent is like a mixture of places, so it's a little more fucked up than like just a straight like regional accent. And yeah, I can't even do that. Now just stay away from Jackson. You'll be most likely fine. I'll take your word for it. One thing I have learned, and this is kind of on topic with that, talking about regions. I found that people from the South are too goddamn trusting. No offense. But if anything, like, it's a compliment. But I found that's a big difference from living in the North and the East Coast versus living in the South, or like the Deep South. Because down there, you all have manners, and you have like mutual respect and like a cultural thing around being like kind, respectful, and cordial with one another. And I found that we're the opposite here in the Northeast. Like, if you grow up in the culture of the Northeast of the United States, from Boston, actually, I'll do this, from New York all the way up to Maine, and probably into Canada, the culture teaches you real fast to trust nobody. Not a goddamn person. Welcome, Regretti. Spaghetti. Jackson is fine. Grow up. What? I don't know. That's gonna be a debate between you and Daniel. I have no stake in that game. But yeah, with the Northeast, the culture around here teaches you real damn fast. Don't trust. Don't trust. And also with the whole respect thing, respect is reserved for your boss, your parents, and your grandparents. Everybody else can go fuck themselves. All the way to hip high to Sunday. Like, fuck them. It's a very dog eat dog kind of way of thinking of life, and that's very much the culture around here. And you learn not to trust people in the Northeast in one of two ways. One, naturally, which is simply by going to school and meeting other Northeasterners who will be like, hey man, you want to go and hang out and like do this thing? And you're like, yeah, and then you go and then you get your ass kicked. And you learn real quick Some people just want to fuck with you. Not because they get anything out of it or they gain anything. Just to fuck you up. So, you learn that way. Or you learn because your parents take the time to explain it to you. Now, my parents, I had a combination. I learned from my parents, especially my dad. My dad's the one who taught me this lesson the most. Don't trust people. There is exactly one person on this planet you can trust 100%. And even then, only in non-inebriated circumstances. And that is yourself. That is it. Everybody else. Doesn't matter how, if they're friend, family, foe, doesn't fucking matter. Coworker, boss. Do not trust. Like, explicitly, it's a bad idea. If you're in a circumstance where you have to trust, then obviously that's the circumstance where you have to. But in a situation where you can rely on yourself, rely on yourself. Because you will not fuck yourself over intentionally. Emphasis on intentionally. So yeah, a lot of people in the Northeast are very untrusting, very, I won't say insular, but very, like, you know, stick to your own business, pal, kind of thing. There's friendly people. Like, I don't want to make it out to be we're all, like, selfish assholes that don't. But, yeah, the culture up here is not like it is down south. I've met so many people from the south who come up here, and they expect it to be culturally similar to there. Or they logically understand it'll be a little bit different, but I don't think they ever realize just how different, like, just being from the south versus the north of the United States really changes. Like, it is very dog-eat-dog. It's very aggressive. It's very untrusting. It's very suspicious of everybody. Like, down south, if someone invites you to go hang out or go get a drink or to go do something, the instinct is not, okay, what do they plan on doing to me? Like, what are they after? What do they want from me? Like, those questions aren't the first ones that come to mind. They might come to mind, like, in course of things. But the first thing that comes to mind are normally, well, that seems rather nice of them. That seems very, very kind of them. Very, very open of them. Now, obviously, it's like a complete stranger that shows up in front of your house. It's one thing. But if it's like someone you meet, like at the store or at the grocery store, or you're just out and about, maybe at a different pub, and they ask you, hey, I'm going to go get a meal, a proper meal. You want to come, you know. The first instinct is not suspicion. It's not, what do they want? You know, it's not you don't immediately hit them with 20 questions of like who, what, where, when, and why. It's a little bit more of a trusting nature I've noticed from Southerners. Ain't no such reaction from a Northerner. Like, someone like you meet, even if it's cordial, at like a store or something, and they're like, "Hey, you know, I'm gonna go get a bite to eat. Maybe you want to come?" 9 out of 10 times, locals will be like, "We'll ask the 20 questions." We won't say no. Well, some will outright say no. Usually the older crowd, but most will ask like 20 questions before giving an answer. It's like, okay, who are you? Like, where are we going? Are we taking separate transportation? Why are we taking the same vehicle if you want to take the same vehicle? Oh, where exactly is this location? Address, time of planned completion. Okay, once we finish the meal, are you intending to go further than that? Is this supposed to be a date? Why? What are you interested in? What about me has caught your interest? Ask, what do you do for a living? Like, before we even know what the situation is, like, is this person asking me out, or are they just like hanging out and they're just looking for a friend? Before we even like ascertain that, we're already asking questions somebody you've been on like a third date with is asking you. By the time we get to the end of the list, we're asking for your 401k. It's starting to spread down here in the cities. I mean, yeah, as much as the thing is, I think, personally, this is bias, I think the way we, in the northeast kind of see things is the right way. I'm not saying it's a happy lifestyle. Like, to constantly be suspicious of every single person you meet, and like kind of leaning on the assumptions that, you know, they're bad people or potentially bad people that might be out to get you a little bit. It's not fun to look at life that way, because it makes making new friends extremely hard. But at the same time, it's safer, I would argue. Like, if you live that way, it's much safer. Because if you're constantly suspicious of everyone trying to fuck you over, and you're constantly ready for them to do so, then it never really happens. Because you're always ready for it. And you're fucking ready. But at the same time, I kind of, I don't know, like, for me, like, the Southerners I've met who are, like, super polite and, you know, super, you know, open and not afraid to be kind and respectful and, you know, I wish everyone could live like that and not be paranoid, but, and you know, to live in a place and time where that is the way to live and there isn't consequences for being like that, like it is a proper way to live. I don't know, like, that sounds to me almost like paradise, but it's just like paradise. It feels as unreal to me. We have weird after I've already been the one to mainly engage this conversation. I have a lot of weird, like, conversations with my community sometimes. Like, the tangents that we go on is extreme. I'm saying we to make myself feel better because I'm not the one who went on the tangent. Yeah, dash it is healthy. Take it too far though. I don't mind chatting. It's fun. Yeah, I mean, a huge part of these streams that I do is for Bants anyway. It's fun to just talk, sit back, and shoot the shit. Ooh. Out west, we tend to be more ambivalent. Kind of in the middle, to be honest, though. I'd say Utah leans towards the south somewhat in people reaching out and help each other and trust. And yeah, again, like, that sounds nice. Not really a thing up here in Northeast. Like, you'll get acts of kindness, but they're rare. For a lot of people, especially, like, in Maine and other places, if, like, a random stranger breaks down and, like, someone comes out and helps them, it's kind of almost newsworthy. Like, it's like, oh yeah, someone came out and helped this person get back on the road. Is like, again, sometimes the first question is, okay, what'd they get for it? Not always. Again, there are acts of kindness with no consequence or price or anything like that around here. I don't want to make it out to be that we're all selfish assholes through the core. But again, like, there's constant paranoia, constant, like, the default assumption is someone's out to get you. That's what it's like living in the Northeast. Again, not universally. Don't want anyone coming in my comments going, well, actually, I live in Boston and I feel perfectly safe with all of my neighbors. I would tell them all of my deepest secrets. I would tell them everything about myself, and I feel perfectly safe that none of that information would be used against me. Fuck that. Nah, I don't trust my neighbors worth a damn. I wouldn't trust my neighbors to save my neck ever. I don't expect them to trust me to save theirs. So, I don't know. I don't know. I guess I'm so used to that mindset, though. I'm not really, like, depressed or negatively impacted by it emotionally. It's the default for everyone around here. So I get it. So it's culturally, it's just normal. It's like, you know, you get the random act of kindness, which is special, but generally people will avoid each other. We'll let them handle their own business. You know, you don't go prying in other people's business, and they don't go prying into yours. Yeah, that tends to be the culture. She pulled the mace on you. It's kind of funny. I mean, that doesn't surprise me. Yeah, like, again, the expectation is that there's something you're after. Like, it's all, again, it's constant air of suspicion and paranoia. I think it's worse if you're like, if the worst it is in New York. Like, New Yorkers are like, they don't trust nobody. In New York, you don't trust shit for anybody. Even your closest friends, you probably don't trust. I've been to New York. The people from New York are like, they take the Northeast paranoia and they, like, strike it up to like a 7. Like, well, they just try to get up to a 9 on the scale of Northeast, but like for the countrywide, it's probably like a 7. Alright, so now that we're letting him dry a little bit more, let's do the same thing we did for the other guy's base. My eyes. Oh, my eye dried a little bit. Well, that'll be a monkey's uncle. My eyes are dying. There we go. Actually, that might be a little too much, but oh well. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. There we go. All the wee little bits of mud. Oh, I don't want more on there, I want less. Extra paint away! Ooh. Oh, people are adding me on Discord again. So real quick, I actually want to look up. I'm just making sure. So I'll ask the chat. So the midnight reveals. Is that happening on the are they showing that on the actual Warhammer community Twitch, or is that being showcased elsewhere? Because I want to make sure I have the right place open for when they're gonna do reveals. Okay, so Las Vegas Open 2024. Tune in to the next Warhammer preview. Okay. So it looks like they're having previews for Warhammer 40k, Warhammer Horus Heresy, Age of Sigmar, Warcry, Kill Theme, and Death Gorge. Okay. So in London, UK, it's happening at 5 a.m. And I know the UK is 5 hours ahead of me, so yeah, it's going to be happening at midnight for me. Yeah, we'll keep streaming for that. We'll end off with those reveals. Which means the stream is going to be like a 6-hour stream. Or longer. Just trying to figure out if it's going on Twitch or not, though. Like, I don't know if they go anywhere else to do those kind of streams. I guess I'll leave the Twitch page open, and if that's the wrong place, then I don't know. I guess we'll have to figure it out. It doesn't say explicitly like where they're streaming it. Our dedicated stream team will also be covering the hottest actions. Okay. The event is in Las Vegas. You'll be catching the Warhammer community. Warhammer Twitch channel. Okay, good. So 12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So yeah. So it's gonna be on the Twitch page. So I'll leave the Twitch page open, and we'll open it like 11:55, 59, something like that. Until then, and even up to then, I'm going to keep assembling and putting together my wondrous jackals. Jackals. So, any predictions for reveals? I'm gonna leave my mind blank on that. Well, there's some things I could theorize, but I don't know, I might go some crazy places. So, anyway, what's everyone's predictions for this? Are we gonna get some actual major reveals, or are we thinking it's gonna be more reserved? I'm thinking it might be more reserved than what I would hope for like major reveals, but who knows? We might be getting hit with some major ones. And it is the new year. If they want to start off the new year with like a bang, we might be getting some significantly major reveals. Pointlessly hoping for some Thousand Suns stuff yourself. I mean, I don't know if it's pointless. Yeah, I think there's reason to hope that we might get more Thousand Sun stuff. To be honest though, we're probably not. Like if I'm being honest with you, we're probably not getting any reveals for Thousand Suns. T Suns, I think is that a place they're leaving it for right now. My thing, like the impression I've been getting from GW lately is that they're trying to go for like more stuff as opposed to, or they're trying to expand horizontally as opposed to vertically. And what I mean by that is they're trying to make more factions and like more additions and more things new, quote unquote. And then like, but in terms of welcome DMR Wade, by the way, welcome to stream. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing fantastic today. But what I think almost the whole fan base who have been here for longer than a year or two all agree we wish they would do more vertical stuff. I just realized I don't have my on air. There we go. I wondered why things felt a little off. Normally there's a glow behind me. There wasn't. Anyway, but actually I probably should have saved turning that on for like when they win live. But regardless. So, yeah, I wish they would do vertical additions in the sense of, so what I mean by that is with what is currently there, adding to it as opposed to expanding outward and making more and more new things, more and more factions, more and more outward things that we already have too many things in my opinion. So I wish they would stop expanding outward and focus on vertical for a little while. Like, freshen up models for factions that haven't been touched in decades. Like, I don't know, the Eldar, the Drukhari, just to say, and the Harlequins. Like, there's so many factions that are well overdue for a facelift that haven't been touched in so goddamn long. So, I really hope, my fingers crossed, is for the reveals coming in the Las Vegas Open, is we're going to be seeing vertical improvement. Like, with what is there, let's get better reveals. Welcome back, John L. How you doing? I don't know if you left. Okay, I haven't seen chat in a few minutes. I can imagine there will be model reveals for the next codex, maybe. Oh, absolutely. Without a doubt, there's going to be, like they always do. I don't think I've watched a single, well, no. I almost bit my tongue on that one. I have actually watched a Warhammer preview stream where there wasn't a model announcement. There was an upgrade sprue announcement in that stream, but that doesn't count. Like an actual new model set. It's most
preview streams, they come with a reveal of some kind in that regard. Because that's their moneymaker, right? It's the sales of the models and the model kits. So of course we're gonna get some announcements for that. I'm just hoping it's vertical, vertical improvement with what is there. Add to it, or fix what is there. Enough of this. Like we got Leagues of Votann, we've had Tau, we've had we're expanding too much in this direction. Let's go this direction for a little while. How about new orcs to update the old failcast units? That would be nice. Oh god, dude, I don't know if you're new to my channel or not, but on the tabletop, my main army is orcs. Like my Stompa's right there, and those are all orcs right there. That's my main army. That's not even all of them. I have about 3,000, 4,000 points of orcs. This is just what's painted and what I could fit on the shelf. That's not even everything that's painted. Like, orcs are my main bread and butter. And I would fucking love some more updates. That being said, despite my biases, I will acknowledge that the Eldar players are more in... It's more their turn to get updates. Like, I'm not a fan of Eldar. It wouldn't excite me to see that stuff. But I would feel better for Eldar players if they got some freshen up facelifts. They're well overdue. They're well overdue. Like, I genuinely feel bad for Drukhari and Eldar players. Because some of their shits, like, hasn't been updated since the 90s. They've had next to no TLC from GW. Yeah, like, Daniel Lindsay, you hit it on the nail on the head. Please, just no more regular Space Marines. Like, anything else would be better. I agree entirely with that. I would love, like, I fucking new Custodes sculpts. Go ham. New Grey Knights. Fine. But just bog standard ones. Like, normal Space Marines. Please no. Like, I would prefer the Xenos get, like, obviously the Tyranids just got a huge facelift. They're fine. Necrons. 9th edition was their time to shine. They got a bunch of love. Orcs, we've had some. You know, we orc players, we've had some. We can't deny that. Like, we've had some updated kits. Not many. Not as much as I'd like. Not in the areas I'd like most. But we have had our TLC. A little bit, at least. Fucking Eldar players, they're like in the desert over there, man. Like, the rest of us are like in an oasis with some water and stuff. The orcs are kind of on the edge, you know. Need a little bit more, but they're still like within the oasis. The Eldar players are out in the fucking desert and they're just seeing shit. Like, help me, man. I need something, man. You just look over and you're like... you want Iron Warrior upgrades like the Night Lords got. I mean, that'd be cool for an announcement. I don't know if that in combination with like another announcement I think would be nice. Like, on its own, I don't know if that's like, whoa, you know. Be nice. It'd certainly be welcome. But like, as the big announcement for like additions and stuff. Now, hopefully that's on the list. Hopefully we get like several, like, hey, for you Drukhari players, brand new like full sets of kits and like infantry units. For you Eldar players, brand new sculpts. And let's not forget our Space Marine friends out there, of course. We've also got Iron Warriors upgrades, bro. We've got fresh Emperor's Children models. And we're working on Fulgrim. Obviously, they wouldn't go with that, but... yeah. Didn't they set up some Eldar 1000 Suns stuff that was supposed to be happening in lore? I don't know off the top of my head. Like, if that might be in some of like the newest books that I haven't read. So I know they set up some Eldar stuff like a decade ago for yeah, with not just 1,000 Suns though. That was with Yeah. Obviously a Drakari with the white scars as well. That was set up there. Yeah, I can think of like old setups that haven't been paid off in a long time, but like brand new stuff I'm not aware of. I would just simply remind you though, like with like brand new setups, they haven't really been very good at like going back to the original setups and coming back to them. So we even if they do set stuff up now, it doesn't mean they're actually going to do anything with it. Keep in mind, there's over 50 people who write for Black Library. Okay, so next one. That's 5 of them, so I have 5 more. It doesn't look like I have 5 more, but then again, I guess it's all there. $23, $22. Wait, what? It's 22. And it's 23. Okay, there we go. That was one of my rougher removals, but it's still clean. Now the leg. 23. I will say this. Once I have assembled these jackals, I don't think I'm ever getting jackals again. You have way too many small components. Just anything is fine, but normal Marines, please. Yeah, again, like, I agree with that. As much, like, I have Space Marines, right? Orcs are my main bread and butter, I just admitted that, but, like, I already have Space Marines. I already have plenty. We already have too many goddamn models, too many goddamn iterations of models. We have too much Space Marine shit. Please. Please. No more. Like, tonight, we need to hear about Xenos. We need to hear about Chaos. Literally. Anybody but just bog standard fucking Space Marines. Now, I'm actually hoping for some Sisters of Battle, like, announcements, like, some more additions there. But they've been really generous to them as well, so I'm kind of fine with them also not going for Sisters and going for, again, preferably Eldar and Drakari. I'm not even an Eldar and Drakari player, but I feel so bad for them because they've gotten the least amount of TLC. They've got the least amount of respect and love over the years from GW. They have earned it. Like, we need some announcements on their behalf pretty soon here. Do I think that's actually going to happen tonight? Not really. You mean you don't want another lieutenant? Fuck no. Fuck no. Jesus Christ. Is Chaos Primaris on anyone's wish list? No. Well, not Primaris exactly. Primaris equivalent, I think some people do want that. I don't particularly care. For me, like, I think they should be hyped up by Chaos. It shouldn't be like a whole iteration thing. So, I think it's fine just upgrade like upgrading the sculpts. It's like, oh, why can they fight on par with Primaris? Well, simple. They're empowered by Chaos. So just say that, like, and upgrade the. They don't need to do any like full Primaris level shit. Why are they all set? Okay, fine. I don't know. Like, for some reason, the Jekyl's weapons and their arms are completely separate on all of them. It's like, you know how annoying that is? God damn it. I get them the chaos roids.
Yeah. Yeah. Got that corn rage, you know what I'm saying? Better get that corn in that system of yours, yeah.
Why is that in such a weird spot? I don't know, I'm just trying to sand off construction material from the... There's a bump, connector bump there though. So I'm trying not to sand that off. For obvious reasons, I'd hope. Oh boy, I can't wait for the new heavy Hellblasters and Recon Intercessor. Oh boy! Oh boy! I can't wait. I know you're being sarcastic. But like, the sad thing is I know there are people who are genuinely in their head right now going, well, I can't help for the new Space Marine updates. We need more Space Marine updates right now. No, we don't. Fuck that. Fuck that. Jesus Christ. How many data sheets are now in the Space Marine Codex? Hold on. I have the 9th edition Codex. I also have the 8th edition and somewhere the 7th edition, but I'll grab, this is the 9th edition one. Okay. We're gonna do this. We're gonna count them. We're gonna fucking count them. Do-do-do, do-do-do. Okay. Okay. So I think just if you go to the points value list, it shows everything broken down. Okay. All right, let's count, folks. I was about to start doing it like the count, but this is gonna get old. All right, so Captain. All right, Captain in Gravis armor, Captain in Phobos armor, Captain in Terminator armor, Captain on bike, Captain with Mastercrafted heavy bolt rifle, Chaplain in Terminator armor, Librarian in Phobos armor, Librarian in Terminator armor, Lieutenant in Phobos armor, Lieutenant in Reaver armor, Chapter Command, Primaris Captain, Primaris Chaplain, Primaris Chaplain on bike, Primaris Librarian, Primaris Lieutenant, Primaris Tech Marine, Assault Intercessor Squad, Heavy Intercessor Squad, Incursor Squad, Infiltrator Squad, Intercessor Squad, Tactical Squad, Aggressor Elites, Ancient and Terminator Armor, Apothecary, Blade Guard Ancient, Blade Guard Veteran Squad, Centurion Assault Squad, Company Ancient, Company Champion, Company Veterans, Contemptor Dreadnought, Invictor Tactical Warsuit, Ironclad Dreadnought. Now, some of these obviously are defunct due to Firstborn getting shafted, but still. Judicare, Primaris Apothecary, Primaris Ancient, Redemptor Dreadnought, Reaver Squad, Relic Terminator Squad, Scout Squad, Servitors, Sternguard Veteran Squad, Terminator Assault Squad, Terminator Squad, Vanguard Veteran Squad, Venerable Dreadnought, Veteran Intercessor Squad, Assault Squad, Attack Bike Squad, Inceptor Squad, Invader ATV Squad, Landspeeders, Tornadoes, Landspeeder Typhoons, Outrider Squad, Scout Bike Squad, Stormspeeder Hellstrike, Stormspeeder Hammerstrike, Stormspeeder Thunderstrike, Suppressor Squad, Centurion Devastator Squad, Eliminator Squad, Eradicator Squad, they have like every word covered. Firestrike Servo Turrets, Gladiator Lancer, Gladiator Reaper, Gladiator Valiant, Hellblaster Squad, Hunter, Land Raider Crusader, Land Raider Redeemer, Predator Annihilator, Predator Destructor, Repulsor Executioner, Stalker, Thunderfire Cannon, Razorback, Landspeeder Storm, Impulsor, Drop Pod, Whirlwind, Vindicator, Rhino, Stormhawk Inceptor, Storm Raven Gunship, Storm Talon Gunship, and the Hammerfall Bunker. And that's not including the specialty shit. That was all just mainline in the 9th edition codex. That's not including the legend stuff. This is all just like official stuff. Well, tournament legal stuff, I guess, is another way to say it. And that's not including war gear, by the way. But, like, Jesus H. Christ, there's so much. Like, you just flip the page, you see so many shit. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm still going, and there's still, like I'm still going through the pages of just what is, like, the units. Jesus Christ. Okay, so just the pages that go over the data sheets. Like, not the point sheet that I just read off. This is how much... Okay, right here. That is how much... Well, it looks thinner than I guess. Basically, a third. A little less than a third of the book is just the data sheets. That's why this is the thickest codex, by the way. It's just because there's that many fucking units. And that's not including, like, the legacy units. The units that are no longer, like officially supported. Yeah, 93. That's the count. Jesus. Like, that is ridiculous. So, GW, tonight, when we watch in an hour, in less than an hour now, the Las Vegas Open, when we watch that shit, I don't want to see a single goddamn Space Marine unit. Period. Like, this should not be added to. And I don't want to hear the excuse, oh, well, they got rid of Firstborn Marines, so now we have more room. Fuck you. No. More. Yeah. Please. For the love of God and Holy Terra. For the love of the Emperor upon the golden throne. No more. For Christ's sake. Give the Drukhari and the Eldar players something. For fuck's sake. Jesus Christ. Alright, so here's the thing. This is the 9th edition, like, Necron's Codex, right? Look at that. Look at the size comparison. Space Marines. Space Marines, right there. Necrons. Space Marines, Necrons. This is literally half the fucking size. And the reason it's half the fucking size is just because of the lack of data sheets. And the Necrons have quite a few units. Have quite a few. Wait, baby Jesus. But a lot of Eldar units are really good. Yeah, I'm not debating that they're really good, but think about it. Like, if you're an Eldar player, a lot of those sculpts that the people are, like, still collecting to this day haven't been updated in decades. Like, at all. They got a small series of updates during 9th edition, as I recall, for a couple of their infantry units, but that's it. The vast majority of the Eldar line hasn't been touched in a long ass fucking time. As far as I'm aware. Bad part is the really good ones are Finecast, and that's a problem. Finecast is shitcast. I hate Finecast. I hope I'm not alone in that, but, like, I've painted, I've been, like, the last Finecast model I painted was my Sanguinius, but I was also commissioned to, around this time Horus Heresy was about to come out, the revamp. And I was commissioned by, I don't know if he's still in the chat, but Matthew, Matthew Gordon in the chat. I was commissioned by him to paint Conrad Kurz, and that model had a bubble in it. It had a resin bubble in it. I was able to work around it, and I was able to clean it, but it had a resin bubble in it. Oh, yeah, you're right there. Yeah, that model had a resin bubble in it. I had to work around and clean. And for those who don't know what a resin bubble is, in the Finecasts, for like the resin models made by Forge World, during the process, because the way they do resin models for that stuff, they don't do it like modern 3D printers SLA printers do with resin, where it's like layer by layer with like a build plate. They used injection molding like they do for plastic. So the same way they do plastic injection molding with a mold for plastic, they use the exact same thing with resin. And resin as a material fucking doesn't work with that very well. Like, you have whereas with plastic, you can almost guarantee that there'll be no flaws as long as the machine is maintained and cleaned regularly. With resin, that machine can be clean, brand new, and ready to go. It doesn't matter. The material itself, resin, hates the molding process. And there's massive issues. Like, there's little bubbles form inside the sculpt. Sometimes they're minor bubbles, like literally just slightly on the outside, and you can like shovel them out with like a hobby knife. And then sometimes they're way more egregious, like whole parts of the model are just like warped, and you have to take a blow dryer to it for like 10 and carefully try and like mold it back for like 10 fucking straight minutes. And you got to be very careful not to have that blow dryer blowing on it too long, because if you do, it might melt completely off. Like the level of maintenance you have to do on just the parts that you've been sent to assemble the model, which is already egregiously expensive, is ridiculous. How did I get past checks? What checks? Oh, John said the same thing to me. What checks? Exactly. Like, you get those models, they don't look like they get checked. I don't think they do. And if they do, think about that. The fact that, if GW/Forge World/ whatever check the models before they send them out, and they don't catch, some of them are really obvious. Like, I've received models where I'm like, no way in hell you didn't see that. And the fact they still send them out makes you think, okay, what about the models they don't send out? Well, the failed models for Finecast. Yeesh. How's it going? Can sandpaper be used in place of your sanding sticks for model cleanup if it's all one has available? Yes, but I'd be very careful with what I'd say. If you don't have sanding sticks, I wouldn't use like straight sandpaper, especially sandpaper you'd use like on metal and other components. I would use if you got a nail file or makeup nail file in the house. Like, I don't know if you live with your family or not, if there's a female in the house, and she has any kind of like nail care equipment. If you got like a nail file, you can use that, and I'd say that's probably better than just using straight sandpaper. Because if you're using straight sandpaper, I'm assuming you're using like, you're not using like a little hobby grains. You're using something probably meant for a little bit more serious, like, yeah. So I'd recommend looking for a nail file over straight like sandpaper. But if that's all you have, just be careful with what grit you use. Like 3K grit. Yeah, I think 3K would be fine. And again, this is where I start giving advice and I'm worried like I'm giving the wrong advice. But yeah, hobby sticks aren't a necessity. They're just really fucking useful. If you guys can get your hands on hobby sticks, like, these are amazing. Especially if you deal with a lot of small, like, if you play Imperial Guard and you have a lot of guardsmen, get sanding sticks. Because these guys are slightly bigger. Like, I mean, and I do mean slightly bigger than guardsmen. And I still have plenty of nooks and crannies I got to carefully work around and sand carefully. So I would highly recommend, if you if you're dealing with small infantry like Tau infantry, or you're dealing with guardsmen or jackals or any kind of like human, quote unquote, human sized models for 40k or Warhammer or anything like that, get sanding sticks. Get sanding sticks. Welcome to the stream, Timotheus. Welcome to the stream. Sharpie pen, all you need. I mean, Sharpie pens are pretty useful. I'd be careful though. I'd say get micron pens. If you're gonna like write your little text or you're gonna like straight up draw stuff with it, I'd use micron pens as opposed to Sharpies. And don't get me wrong, like if you seal in Sharpies, like if you put on like Sharpie stuff like at the very end of the process, and then you let that dry, you let everything dry, and then you do a varnish, it'll be sealed in like a paint would. It might be a little bit more reflective. That's the one thing I'd warn people of using like micron pens or using Sharpies. The ink that's in those is very reflective. So I'd be very careful with using them for like whether you're writing like little scripture on like purity seals or you're just trying to outline something you want to like paint. Generally, just keep in mind it's got a bit more of a reflective sheen. The ink in those isn't meant to be painted with, so it's a bit more reflective. So you'll be shining a light over it, and the edges of it will catch. So most of the time, it's best to use like a black acrylic to do like line work. But if you really struggle with that and you don't mind a little bit of a glare or shine, go right ahead and use a micron pen or a Sharpie or anything like that. And the only danger with that, again, is like the ink on those also doesn't dry the same way as paint does. So you'll have to let them dry longer. And when they finally do dry, I still would be careful with like putting your finger on wherever you drew or wrote anything with like an ink, like a micron pen or a Sharpie pen. Because the oils in your skin might reignite the substance, the ink itself. You might be like, I won't say like magically turns it from dry to undry, but you might end up spraying or word is escaping me, spreading, like, yeah, like I'll just say spreading. You end up spreading the ink over, and you might have to redo it and repaint it. So generally speaking, I would simply recommend most people just practice your brush control and try your best to do everything with paint. Only use like pens and stuff when last resort. Like a fuck it moment. For Faber-Castell pens over Micron, though I don't know for models, just for drawing on paper. Yeah, for I don't know how those would work on models, but speaking from experience, Micron pens are probably the best. I would recommend them. They work for me. So I might be able to use for a black blade effect. What? Honestly, the horrors I have heard from minis have been insane from GW. Duct tape. I wouldn't use duct tape. Like, I'm trying to think of like a single thing you would use duct tape for. It'd be terrible. Suppose if you want to prank somebody. Like, hey, that would be a really terrible prank, though. Hey, let me ruin your models. Wraps the model in duct tape. I'd say you be sure you hate the person first. Faber-Castell are the same type. I just prefer the tips they made. Okay. Weathering effects, maybe. I mean, duct tape's really strong. Unless you're using like really shitty duct tape. So you're using duct tape for weathering effects. There's probably a better way to do whatever that weathering effect is that you're trying to do. Probably like a dozen better methods. You're certainly not using it just to like mask lines and stuff. It's better to just use masking tape, not duct tape. And duct tape is like that's aggressive. That you're trying to do some damage if you're using fucking duct tape. The numbers, the numbers make sense though to me. Like they're in reference to like the millimeter, like diameter of like the pen tip. You have like 0.55. You have 0.5. Stuff like that. Makes sense to me. Like I don't need it like small, extra small, medium, large, but I'm just trying to make this random shit make sense in my head. Nah, I think it's just meant to be random shit.
Yeah. Alright, so back to it. Alright. Get rid of some of these mold lines.
Yeah, the saying is a good saying for a reason. Whatever is easiest for you is the thing you should probably be doing. Not always. Sometimes people think something is easy, but they just simply don't understand how they're applying it, but that's not this case, I don't think. It's just a simple difference of pen preference.
Check. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. Sometimes the angles are a bit weird on this. Alright, hold the glue in. There we go. Beautiful. The glue take on that. Boy, this dries too much more. There we go. Alright, so I probably should put in the title that we're gonna check out.
barely fit the limit on the title text. Boom. Alright, and I got that tab open. Make sure my speakers are set to my headset. Cool. Alright, so we should be good to go for when that hits live. I am super curious what we're going to get for announcements, though. Please don't be Space Marines. Please do not be Space Marines. Literally fucking anything else would do. Oh, please, God. Knock on wood. $120 plus grit meant for wood. Yeah, I'd look more for... Yeah. I'd say listen to Daniel on this one. Yeah. I would listen to Daniel on this one, because the grits... I don't know, if you're using something meant for, like, wood is much more coarse than plastic is. Plastic is smoother. I don't know, generally, if what you're trying to sand is mostly... I'd use a hobby knife. If you're mostly worried about mold lines, I'd use a hobby knife. For the heavy duty stuff, like, well, heavier duty, quote unquote, from like, you know, sprue material that gets stuck, I would, for that material, I would try and delicately cut it off with a hobby knife, but all else fails, try the sandpaper, but go easy. Do stroke at a time to see how strong it is against the plastic. With any luck, it's not going to be too bad. Alrighty. Trying to be delicate with this shit. So yeah, we got a half hour till the Las Vegas Open show starts. A half hour. So, in the meantime... Alright, we've already gone over predictions. So my next question's... Narratively. Any narrative books or specific lore references do you think we're going to get for... Because we talked about models and stuff like that, but for like books or any kind of like lore or narrative related material, anyone got any predictions, guesses, or even if they'll go into that stuff at all? I don't know. I could throw out a couple guesses. What we want, or what do we... well, let's do both. What do you want to happen, and what do you think will happen, realistically? Yep. For my narrative predictions, what you want is some Eldar story stuff to move that, or Chaos non-Black Legion forward. What I think is Dorn coming back and, I'm assuming you meant Lion, because you went Loin. Loin and G-Man having three-way pissing contest. I don't know if I want Dorn to come back. I can understand wanting another Loyalist before we get another Chaos, because right now we're at what, 3 Chaos? We're at 3 Chaos Primarchs, and we only have 2 Loyalists. So to even that out, the assumption is we're gonna get a Loyalist Primarch to come back. If we're gonna get another Loyalist with this announcement, Loyalist Primarch, like just to get into the Primarch conversation, we're gonna get another Primarch. As much as don't get me wrong, I would love to have Dorn back, but at the same time, I would also love to have Sanguinius back. But do I think that's the correct narrative choice? Obviously not. Sanguinius died. That was a major. Yes. Sorry. Not well. I do want Sanguinius back, but I meant to say Sigismund. I don't know why their names sometimes flip on my brain, especially since I love them as separate characters. But Sigismund, Sigismund, he's dead. He's passed. And as much as I would love to have him come back, narratively, I think that would be a terrible decision. Because he died, officially speaking. And it would completely rob his death of any value if he just magically was brought back. And I think the same is kind of a little bit there for me for Dorn. Not because I think he's dead and think he shouldn't come back, period. I actually think he's alive, and I don't think I think he will come back eventually. But for me, he should come back towards the very, very end, similar to Lehman Russ. Like, at the precipice of the edge. Like, when when the end times for 40k has essentially arrived. That's when they should bring Dorn into the picture. Like, he comes in towards the very end along with Lehman. We won't have a lot of time with him, but I feel that even if we had a lot of time with him, there wouldn't be too much to explore. Well, no, there'd be plenty. That's the thing. It's really hard, but I would prefer the scenario where he comes in towards the end more than him coming back sooner. I'm probably one of the few Imperial Fist fans that is going to say that. Most would probably wring my neck for saying that. Say, who? Like, you're not a real Imperial Fist fan. You wouldn't want Dorn to come back to the very end? Yeah. I mean, a huge bit of what makes his character so good is it's not explored explicitly. Like, we know the nature of Dorn. Like, a lot of that is brought up. A lot of details are clear if you pay attention. And that's what, like, for me, like, I don't need to... He's also... I wouldn't want Dorn to come back and start espousing his thoughts on everything. I'd certainly love to see him fucking tear down Gilliman and kick his ass for everything for all the problems he's caused. That's actually appropriate. Call. But anyway, as much as I would love that, Dorn is like the rest of it with Dorn though. Like with the Lion, I can understand us explore how he feels about the galaxy, how he's compartmentalizing how what Gilliman's codex has done to the Astartes, what the dogmatic Imperium has become in their absence. Like all of that is interesting from the Lion's perspective because he's a little off. You know, he's a little off. And plus, he's coming back like physically aged, which I don't agree with the excuses they gave for why he aged. It just doesn't make sense to me. Because an Astartes takes 1,000 years to really show their age, and even then, they don't shrivel up like old men very, very much in that 1,000 years. They get wrinkles and white hair and stuff, but it's far from like they at 1,000 years old, they'd probably look. If anyone's played the Space Marine video game, the original one, not the one that's coming out, obviously, but in the Space Marine video game, Sardonis, he visually to me looks like a Space Marine should at the end of like 1,000 years. And the thing is, 1,000 years is not even their lifespan as far as we know. None have made it past that without becoming a dreadnought. Or worse. Hey, or just straight up dying, I guess. Well, I don't know why I said worse. It's just straight up dying. So we don't know the exact lifespan of a Space Marine. So the fact that after 1,000 years they can still be combat active, like Sigismund was at the very end. Sigismund was over 1,000 years old when he died. And he was not described to look that ancient. He was described to look old, but he didn't look like... You know, he wasn't like he was sagging and had a hunchback and his eyes were sunken in all the way. No, he looked like a noble gray, is how I kind of visualized it from the book descriptions. So, if a Space Marine barely looks like they're in their 60s after 1,000 years, why the fuck does a Primarch... who is far closer genetically, almost a just slightly watered down clone of the Emperor, and he looks fucking like, for the time that's passed, he looks horrible. Like, he went from looking like Liam Hemsworth to looking like Tywin Lannister from Game of Thrones. What the like? And people say, well, it's been 10,000 years and he wasn't in stasis. Motherfucker, the Emperor is supposed to be like the nephew of the first murderer ever in human history. Or something like that. He's supposed to be ancient as fuck. As all fuck. And he didn't like, visually, he's never described to look over 20. I'm sorry, the Emperor and all the drawings and all the artwork, never looked a day over 40. Even then, if he was 40, he was looking like a youthful 40. So, you're telling me a Primarch who's only a couple notches below that has aged that poorly in only 10,000 years? 10,000 years, mind you, he wasn't active. He wasn't constantly in battle. He wasn't constantly doing things to stress himself out, to cause a physical age. He was doing nothing. He was in stasis. He was comatose, effectively. Now, he wasn't in literal stasis like Gilliman was, so he wasn't preserved. But even with that being said, he shouldn't look that fucking old. Are you telling me the Primarch's lifespan is what, like, using that as a metric, they can't live more than 15,000 years? Now, yeah, that still sounds insane for any other setting, but keep in mind, for 40k, that's a drop in the fucking bucket. 15,000 years? 17,000 years at most? Because after only a 10,000, he looks like an old fucking man. He looks like he's in his late 50s. The Emperor can live for well over, well, the thing is it's AD, and he was born before AD, so well over 40,000 years and not look a day over 40, but his own sons can't live a quarter that without looking ancient as fuck? So much for beauty sleep? I know. Well, also there's a line in the book that no one probably knows what the Emperor's face really looks like. True, that's a fair point to bring up. That's a fair point to bring up. The artwork and everything is only like, within the setting, the artwork is only ever like derivative of like what they think the Emperor looked like. And stuff like that. But the actual official like appearance of his is only like kind of referenced here and there in like conversations between the Primarchs or between other individuals who've met him. And we've never gotten explicit, necessarily an explicit, like, okay, he looked like this. But in all the, but with that said, what we have to work off of is the artwork. And the artwork is always shown the Emperor to be not older than 40 in appearance. So that's all I have to work with. And I'm not going to assume that he looked significantly older than that or significantly younger. I'm going to assume, I'm going to go based on what we do have, and even if it is flawed and potentially incorrect. Should have been warp shit that changed time so he fought for 100. That would have been a lot better, honestly. Like, if the lion had, like, if that was the situation and the lion had been just fighting for a ridiculous amount of time, that would have been way better. For me, I would have been like, awesome, okay? Makes sense. That's why he looks so fucking old. 100,000 years in some kind of time warp shit. Completely okay with that. Thing is, like, they wouldn't have to do too much with that either. Like, just a little bit, just enough that it makes sense in line with our understanding of things, and then fine, we're cool. I feel too much of the community was like too willing to accept, like, oh yeah, he looked that old. I mean, it was 10,000 years. Come on, motherfucker, only 10,000 years. Did we forget that they're the sons of the Emperor? Again, fair point from John to bring up that we don't explicitly know the real appearance of the Emperor. But again, I can only work off what we do have, and what we do have didn't display him to look that old. I think it's in Godblight when Mortarion and Gilliman are talking. I know there's a mention that he didn't even tell his name. As I understand, everyone saw something different when looking at Biggie. Well, part of that is because of psychic shit. Like, the Emperor would constantly, like, obscure his appearance using his psyker powers. That being said, if I recall correctly in lore, that psychic, like, blur shit, I guess we'll call it. If I recall correctly, it didn't work on the Primarchs. So the Primarchs were allowed to bask in the Emperor as he was, but even with that, Off the top of my head, I can't remember them describing him, like, in terms of his face and youthfulness very detailedly. I think in Betrayer, when Lorgar and Magnus talk, there's a mention of it, but Lorgar saying that Magnus looks like the Emperor when it comes to appearance in the warp. Yeah, that's also isn't that a line that's also used oftentimes to make the argument that each of the Primarchs are an aspect of the Emperor? I'm pretty sure that's the line that's often used to push that argument. Keep in mind, that's a hobby-friendly argument. One I wish we had more than female Space Marines. Asmo, as what happened to Horus on Malak, he was in there in a second, but aged noticeably because Horus fought demons for thousands of years. Wait, what? Asmo, as what happened to Horus? Oh, okay. As what happened to Horus on... Okay, all right. Yeah. Yeah, that would have been appropriate. Like, just do some time fuckery like that. And it would have... Like, it would have been a lot more acceptable for me personally than just, oh, he wasn't in stasis. You know, he wasn't preserved like Gilliman. So, therefore, he aged so poorly? I don't know. It feels like they just really wanted, for some reason, to make Tywin Lannister the new Lion. Like, that, for me, that seems to be the real world reason. I mean, I can't understand the choice otherwise. It's like, why do that? Why basically, by showcasing how much he's aged, and the only excuse we've been given is he wasn't in stasis, so we can now calculate that the Primarchs can only live to be about 20,000 years old each. Roughly. Because... even with that, like... Well, okay, let's be super generous, and let's say it's 25,000 years. Be super generous. Let's say he just aged poorly, but he's still, by Primarch standards, youthful, technically. He still clearly is aged to the point where he's like... It looks like he's halfway through his lifespan. But again, being generous, let's say it's 25,000 years. That's still half of what the Emperor has lived. The Emperor has been around for over 40,000. And he, again, I can only go based on the depictions we've been provided. I can't just assume he actually is... I can't assume he looked like fucking... I can't assume he looked like Malkador, you know? I can't assume he was like a shriveled up old man, like, you got it, kid. I can't assume that. I don't want to assume anything. And so I have to go off of what we have, which is artistic depictions. And they all depict him as not looking more than 40. In my honest opinion, barely looking over 30. So if 40,000 years barely touches the Emperor, it doesn't make sense to me at all that only 10,000 would nearly age the Lion out of combat effectiveness. He's probably... I'll say this. An ancient-ass Primarch, like, towards the end of their very life, is still probably more lethal, dangerous, and powerful than the average Space Marine, or Custodes even, at their peak. But even with that, again, it's an ongoing frustration for me. And I think what frustrates me most isn't necessarily the thing itself. Part of it is also the fact that nobody else seems to have a problem with it. At least that I've encountered. I've talked to a few people who also were like, yeah, I'm not really a fan of that. But most people seem to just be like, yeah, okay. Like no one seems to be absorbing like the significance of what the implications of this. Like the implications of a Primarch only having a lifespan of 25,000 years tops. Yeah, that's a lot by human standards. That's a lot by Space Marine standards. But that's still nothing compared to what it seemed and what it was set up for them to have for a longevity. Because, they were supposed to be like 2 notches removed from the Emperor. I think if they're just going to give out Emperor's equipment to the loyal Primarchs, then the Lion should got the sword. I agree. He should have gotten the fucking sword. He should have absolutely gotten the fucking sword. I find it so strange that he got the shield. Like, no, that doesn't make sense to me. Like, for if I were in charge of allocating the Emperor's like leftovers, you know, to the sons, I'd be like, all right, the shield goes to Dorn. I know you like a two-handed, chainsword, but you're the master of defense. Take the fucking shield. The sword's gonna go to the lion. The pauldrons are gonna go to little anybody but Gilliman. Gilliman at the very end of the line. It's like, all right, what do I get? You get my socks. They're very comfy. Megaboos. A Primarch Dreadnought. That'd be horrifying. It'd be like a mini Titan. What if they physically age, but it's just a number and doesn't really bother them? Sigismund was still around. Yeah, Sigismund was affected by his age, though. Like, I know what you're referencing. In the book, the specific book, I don't know if John, I don't know if you have watched some of my other content, but I did a Black Templars lore video recently, and I go over like the Sigismund stuff. Not everything about Sigismund's life, but I do go over his death and relation and how it like affects the Black Templars. Everyone here, I recommend check out my Black Templar lore video, because a good chunk of it's about Sigismund, and another chunk of it is about Dorn. So I do go into that. Hold on. Let me log into my Audible. But for my research for that, I listened to the Black Legion Warhammer. Okay, it's so weird to read that. But the title on Audible is Black Legion Warhammer 40,000 Book 2. It's the Black Legion Book 2 book. And in that one, Abaddon is approached and spoken to about Sigismund's death. And he explicitly describes it. And also the Psyker in question like reads Abaddon's mind to actually visually see the recollection. And it's described that the Night King, which is a nickname, title, whatever, an ulterior title that Sigismund had because, the Templars are knightly. They're a knight order. So the Night King, the Knight King. And it was described that he looked aged. He looked old and weary. So, despite that, he was still like burning with, passion. He was still a capable warrior, still lethal. But it's very clear that a huge factor of his loss to Abaddon was his age. Because the reason he was able to nearly kill Abaddon was not because he was the superior fighter in terms of his physicality. It was because of his experience. The Sigismund was able to land the blow because he maintained an appearance of the feeble old man. So when Abaddon was like sending blow after blow upon him, and he thought Sigismund was backing down and was like faltering, he went to go kill him, and it was a feint. Sigismund feinted and had allowed Abaddon to think he was a weakened opponent, and he was able to avoid the initial killing blow from Abaddon and then plunge his two-handed power sword all the way through Abaddon's Terminator plate out the back. But unfortunately, Sigismund was still killed immediately after that, because Abaddon gathered the strength and reflexes to use Horus's claw and cleave him in two virtually. Had Sigismund been in his physical prime, I fundamentally believe he would have been able to avoid that strike. I also fundamentally believe he wouldn't have had to use a feint tactic to even land the strike that he did on Abaddon. That was the act of someone who isn't physically as up to snuff and has to use, I won't say underhanded tactics, because it's a life or death battle. I think anything's fair. but it was a less direct approach. It was more tactical. And typically people have to be more tactical when the direct approach doesn't work. So in that case, it is very clear that Sigismund's physical age was affecting him. It wasn't just for show. It's pretty clear that when a Space Marine ages, there is, just like with humans, there is a physical downgrade. Like you do slow, you do fail to do things you could easily do prior. That was very clearly espoused through that. So I fundamentally believe had Abaddon and Sigismund squared off in their and Sigismund had been in his physical prime as opposed to the older state he was in when he faced Abaddon, Sigismund would have won, and he wouldn't have even had to use a feint tactic. He would have been able to kill Abaddon in a direct one-on-one confrontation. His reflexes would have been faster, his attacks would have been more precise and stronger, and fuck the Terminator plate, Abaddon had an exposed head. By all accounts, a younger Sigismund would have, and in my opinion, successfully cleaved his fucking head off. So, yeah, I as much as I wish it were true, that it was just, oh, they just look like they're aging, but it doesn't really have any factor. It's not the case. It's clear that, you know, it's clear that age, it is in effect. It is in effect. Now, maybe for a Primarch, it is just an appearance thing. But for a base Marine, again, we're doing, like, as we understand it, there's the Emperor, a notch down from him genetically is the Primarchs, a notch down from the Primarchs, not actually, like, in line, though, is the Custodes. They're not actually, like, genetic, like, they're artificial from the ground up. They're, like, as far as I understand it, they're not clones, but they weren't born normally. Like, Custodes were crafted. They were literally built from the ground up. But one notch down from Custodes is technically the Grey Knights, I guess. But the Grey Knights are normal Marines that are just psychically in-tuned and also super, super, super well trained and equipped specifically for, like, heretical stuff. And one, so, but baseline genetics, they're, like, equal with Space Marines, though. Grimbus, I don't know if you're still here. I forgot to welcome you. My bad, man. What are you working on here? I'm working on Jackals. But, mostly been ranting. I've only gotten through, like, I've only made one. Robert. Oh, Jesus, 11:58. Crap. Yeah, we're getting on. All right. Let me pull up display capture. Actually, let's do this. Boom. And boom. So we're going to set that in the corner here. If it'll listen to me. Alright, so we'll set that in the little corner there. Boom. Now you're good? Okay. So, yeah. We're about to get started. Let me put my headphones on. You heading out, Daniel? Okay. We'll be watching Be Need. Alright, night everyone. We'll be watching Be Need, but wait, Be Need to hit the... Okay. Have a good one, man. Thank you for hanging out and chatting for so long. I guess I'll press record while I'm at it. Yeah, I'll record myself while... I'm also going to keep working on my minis, and, you know, it's a big screen. I can see the corner of my eye pretty well as I work, so... Continue to progress the Jackals when I listen. I am actually excited for, like, the announcements that we're gonna get, though. space brains. No new space brains. No new space brains. Fingers crossed. Oh, sweet Jesus. I'm looking at the live numbers on their Twitch channel. It just skyrocketed to 12,000 out of nowhere. Yeah, people are ready. People are ready. They want to see the fresh announcements. Bring it, GW. Bring it. Show us what you have to offer. Alright. Just looking for mold lines. Thick and clean. It's the weapons. It's already midnight. I guess they're a little late getting started. Someone in their Twitch chat, a rat with a gun, said, "I want my rats and I want them now." I got bad news for you. Unless that's in reference to Age of Sigmar. If you're talking about Old World, I got bad news for your friend. You're screwed. Go with 27. Well, let me refresh the page, see if... Oh, there's an ad. Alright, so it looks like it is starting. Because lots of people... Someone said something kind of mean, though, in the chat. Like, does anyone ever try and look professional there? That was a bit harsh. I don't know, I think one of the upsides with a job like this... Oh, here we go.
Rolled yourself out of bed in the small hours of the morning to join us. Thank you ever so much for joining us.
Jokes on you.
We very
It's
much
nighttime
appreciate
for me.
it. If you're watching from somewhere else in the world, then let us know as well.
So what have we got? Verona, Italy, Australia, Brazil, Japan, 11 p.m. Alabama, Austin, Texas, Argentina, all over the world. Thousands of you as well.
Yeah, so one of the cool things
Does that
about doing
feel
these previews is
pre-scripted,
that
that
we do
part?
get to kind of have a moment and kind of share some cool Warhammer stuff with all the Warhammer community around the whole world, and it's great to kind of come together and just get excited about new Warhammer stuff that's on its way. The other thing, of course, guys, is to let us know in the chat if there's anything you're particularly hoping.
I feel like
looking forward to seeing.
maybe I'm being a little
previews.
petty off the
Obviously,
bat.
we've all got our own favourite game systems, favourite armies, favourite factions. We're always kind of fingers crossed that those are going to be the things to reveal. And hopefully,
with how
some of
quickly
you
he
guys
was
tuning
like,
in will get.
I don't know.
You have your
I
moment,
get
right?
you.
You have
yeah,
your
absolutely.
time. Some armies that have been waiting patiently for
Alright,
some
I'm
new
gonna
miniatures.
lower that a little bit.
Yeah, so what have we got? We've got... That's crazy.
Too fast, moving too fast to read all
moving
this.
too fast.
Before we get stuck in as well, I just want to say thanks to Raf, who's running the tech today. So if it all goes smoothly,
Which it will,
obviously. It's all because of him, and a big thanks to Notley, our moderator, who's keeping you guys sane in the comments there as well. So
Absolutely.
big thanks to those guys. Right, shall we kick off with some previews?
Let's jump into it.
All right.
Let's
All right, here we go. All right, beware the shadows. Ah! Yes! Yes, 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 yes. I don't even play Jakari or Eldar. Oh, it's Kill Team. I mean, still though, you can like convert those, right?
There, the second for the new season of Kill Team. It's bad v bad as well. It's the Drakari Shadow Demons take on the Night Lords Terror Troops. Eddie, let's start with the murderous Night Lords.
At least we're starting off. We're starting off on a good note. We're starting off on a good note.
Yeah, so this is
Drakari.
Kill Team Nightmare. So we knew it was on its way.
Yeah.
Hey,
we
new
knew there was a new
mandrakes.
box of Kill Team coming. We had announced
We're starting to give the Drakari players something new. That's good. Fuck them, to be honest. Like the good news is the Drakari here.
Night Lord's Nemesis Claw Kill Team, and as you can see, it's a really lovely bunch of Chaos Space Marine miniatures. And the key thing really here is that this is a brand new expansion kit for your Chaos Space Marine squad.
Damn, like that is starting off on a good note, though. Starting off on a good note.
Very cool Chaos Space Marine miniatures, and lots of very nice.
To be able to, I think I'm converting them. Yeah, I think those should be fine. It's kind of like that thing though, where people who wanted to run Krieg on the 40k tabletop, a lot of them ended up buying like a bunch of Kill Team kits just so they could pad their army with some of the Krieg models. So that's probably what they're gonna end up. Drakari players are gonna have to do for the Mandrakes.
Drakari Mandrakes for Kill Team. Obviously, both of these units as well.
But that is a very good start. It's a very good start. So hopefully we can keep up this updating non-space loyalist space marine line.
Since their inception, but in various different forms. And this is the first time that this unit's been available in plastic.
I can't wait to see how GW Uber restricts their weapon options.
Miniatures, a perfect choice for a kill team because these are absolutely kind of shadow operatives that hang out in the night and kind of pounce on the opponents from the shadows, that sort of thing.
I think the models look absolutely beautiful. Like, obviously a huge that's paint job, but I will love to see what paint jobs people do and kit bashes with these models. Like yeah, they look very good. I like these models.
So you've got some leader units in there in the form of the Night Fiend. You've got a model.
Yeah, new Drakari, anything is great. Yeah, anything for Drakari and Eldar is a huge progress. So, yeah, we're starting off on a damn good thing. Damn good thing. Hopefully we can keep that up.
Two-handed flaying sword there, which looks pretty terrifying.
Nice. I'm just swinging that.
Yeah. So the way that these guys fight is that they are kind of part Drakari, part Shadow Demon. Their origins are a little bit mysterious, as is the case with a lot of Warhammer 40,000, and they wear cloaks of flayed skin. So I suppose in that regard, they probably fashion choices are kind of on par with the Night Lords. I suppose they kind of go with the same tailor,
same style.
But they are pretty good in close combat. They've got kind of flaying knives and weapons, very cruel-looking weaponry there, kind of a little bit butcher in the mix, and they've also got the ability to kind of throw shadowy flame around the place as well. So a threat at
except the next primary lieutenant. Oh, please don't jinx it, please.
They can kind of pop in and out.
Please don't jinx it.
Wherever they need to on the battlefield.
Scary stuff indeed.
Yeah, very cool
Sorry about the
unit.
bones. I turn them around.
Drakari players have been looking forward to for a very long time. In plastic, now expanding that already very lovely Drakari range into new exciting places, and I think as well like a treat for painters as well. So you look at some of those.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be a huge treat for painters. Some of the Twitch chat got some
kind of
salt about the website.
Bits, some
really?
Kind of ethereal flame on there as well. A lovely different mix of texture.
The first thing I see is shout out to GW for only having one distribution warehouse in North America and not getting the old world shipped on time.
Butcher knives and all sorts of stuff. So a really
wow, and that's highlighted.
Yeah, nice mix. And
someone used like their stuff to highlight their message in there.
Generatorium.
That's the Generatorium, isn't it? Yeah, of course.
So you could put this in the middle of your new kill zone. Kind of, you can
new
imagine
terrain
kind of popping out the middle of the oil rig, in the middle of those kind of turbulent seas across the planet.
I like that. I like that terrain. That looks cool.
Nice solid bit of ground for your forces to fight.
It's probably going to be wicked expensive, but I like the terrain.
Raised plates.
I mean, everything we see today is going to be super fucking expensive.
Seas of the kind of water planets of Warhammer 40,000, but the Generatorium is flexible enough actually that it's a large piece of terrain that you could also sit quite happily in the middle of a Warhammer 40,000 battlefield, and it's tall enough as well that you could probably like hide a few infantry units behind it as well. So it's just a nice, cool, fairly sizable blocky piece.
What I like most about like setting it up with like Drakari versus the Night Lords is it's basically a competition of who's the edgiest of the edge lords.
Yeah, I think that's the
Yeah, so if you're playing Kill Team
steps up,
especially,
yeah.
there's lots of like little nooks and crannies and stuff, which is what you want from Kill Team, right? You
Might be the
have,
points from watching a highlight
enough space
message.
to have some heavy
Maybe.
cover and kind of pop out and like fire some pistol shots down there or throw some flame, whatever your range weapon is, before you get kind of up close and personal and into the melee of close combat.
Nice. Lovely stuff.
Yeah, and all of that comes together initially in a big box set, which is Kill Team Nightmare, and then, as is traditional, both of those units will be made available separately, individually for Warhammer 40,000, and that's a terrain piece as well. So, yeah, all of that on its way. So whether you're a Kill Team fan or a Warhammer 40,000 fan, there's some good stuff to look forward to in that set.
Very, very nice. So I think without further ado, shall we do the
Yeah, let's have a look at the next thing.
reveal?
All right. All right, this is for Warcry. I don't play Warcry, so I'm mostly just going to be commenting on the minis. They look nice.
New warbands willing to brave the horrors of the Null.
And the models look good, and the paint jobs look
box,
good.
Pyre and Flood.
That's what I can comment on that.
Lumineth versus Nighthaunt. Eddie, tell us a little bit about this.
So this is a
Yeah,
new,
I don't know too much about the
Warcry.
lore
As you say, we've got
around
Lumineth and
Sigmar
Nighthaunt. This
and
is
Warcry,
a
so
continuation of the
that's about
Warcry
all I
season
can
we're in
comment
already,
on,
which
is in
set
regards
the
to
jungles of
the,
Gur, so still very much in the setting that you're familiar
is
with.
it mostly in regards to the aesthetic.
Both of
But the
these
models
are
look
extended to
smooth and
existing.
well designed. Look
And
very
much
unique
like
looking.
every other Warcry set we've seen so far,
I know.
as well as adding
Chat, you guys wanna?
to Warcry.
So we're gonna lean on you guys a little bit. Any comments about the aesthetic, lore-wise? Is there anything off about them?
Or a Lumineth Force, this gives you another unit to kind of add into the mix. So if we start off with the Udrillian Riverblades, this is...
I want to joke about the elf hats, but those
the aspect of
are at least 30% less silly than other Lumineth hats.
If you're familiar with the way that the Lumineth army works,
Nighthaunts look good. Yeah, I think the sculpts are pretty cool for them too.
in that army will kind of pay homage or be inspired by the spirits of the realms of natural
I will say I don't like the color, but I don't like that kind of teal. It's a little like the models are very bright, and that's appropriate. They're clearly like a variation of some kind of high elf. But the Nighthaunts, like the coloration and the models looked amazing on that. And obviously, they're per person you can paint your models how you want. So.
That you've got some commander unit, you've got some kind of elite fighters there, and you've got some, I suppose, new additions to the mix. So your leader there is called a Pure Flood Seneschal. He's the one right in the middle with the very impressive stallion helm and his kind of trident. You have stream runners.
I will say the weapon choice is kind of they look kind of like ninjas with the weapons. Especially if you look at that. You look at this one right here. Like that gives me very much like ninja vibes. I don't know the lore of Lumineth Realm Lords. I don't know anything about that, so I don't know if they're supposed to have a little bit of like a ninja vibe to them, or if it's just coincidence. I don't know.
Is tend to and nurture the rivers and the wild watery places of the mortal realms, and particularly in the Nullwood.
Gold and dark blue would better offset the white, especially for Lumineth. Yeah, I'd agree. Like coloration wise, it would have been better for a gold and dark blue combination, as opposed to this teal. This teal color. It's way. I don't know. I not to sound too like pompous, but it's like a little garish.
Yeah. So this is very much an elemental force battle because you've got on one hand the forces of
Ninja,
water,
but don't get me started on historical ninja. I guess pop culture ninja is inaccurate.
some fun IP basically where Nagash
Yes, I'm talking about the pop culture one. I'm not a history nut. Historical ninjas are boring. That's why. I don't actually think that, but
warriors or mortals who in life were guardians of sacred places or particularly temples of the dead. So they would have been either priests who would have overseen mortuary rites or guardians of tombs or grave robbers or something like that. So That guy right in the middle there, the Deacon of Flames, would have been a mortuary priest, which would have been held in very
I will
high
say this, like the one thing I don't love about the paint job on these models is where like the flames come off and like the glow. The flames feel completely separated from the things around them, as opposed to illuminating them and like with a glow. Like I think the best example is with this guy right here, like with the humpback. The fire seems separate from on him. Like it doesn't feel like the glow. They should have done more of a glow effect around the flames to make sure it like bled into the flame. Like that kind of light on top of you. Like it's not. It wouldn't just like cut off like a separate piece of clothing. Like yeah, it might be like a bit of like a painting pedantry. I'm kind of swaying here, but I don't know. Like the glow. I feel like there should have been like a better handle on like a glow here.
They would have been monks who lit the candles of those sacred places in the various tomb complexes and things. And in death,
I just checked the chat, and Pierce is actually going off about niches in history. I surrender. Wave the white flag.
And they are effectively, in life, they would have been grave robbers. And Nagash isn't a fan of that either, because he likes to get hold of all of those bones to build into stuff. That's kind of the main building material.
Yeah, it needs to be blended more with the model. Yeah, exactly. Like as it is right now, those flames, they're just they feel independent. They almost feel like they're not in the same like scene with the thing they're connected to. It's odd. See that in a French accent? No, because I can't do it in a French accent. Pédant 3. Pédant.
But also able to be used in Warhammer Age of Sigmar as a kind of mixed unit as well. So it's a really fun addition.
And this comes with a little bit of scenery as well. A slant statue from Talaxis. This is the idol of the old one.
Okay, that looks great.
A malfunctioning artifact of power.
Yeah.
That looks awesome.
The whole of the Gurish jungle, the Gnarlwood, is effectively strewn with bits of this colossal Seraphon starship that's kind of crashed across it. And you can imagine this thing being like the prow or the figurehead of that temple ship that's kind of crashed through the middle of the jungle and fallen off. And obviously everything Seraphon is just laced with magic, and it's a really nice mix of kind of fantastical and the arcane. So you've got, obviously it's a big cool statue of possibly a slan, possibly an old one, but also you've got some hint there that there's some tech going on inside it. So there is that kind of little celestial constellation of dots on the front might be magical in some way. It's obviously covered in precious jewels and gems and all sorts, which is probably magical in some way, shape or form.
Absolutely.
So anybody who kind of stumbles across this in the mortal realms, apart from the fact that it's half made of gold, if you can drag this back to civilization somehow, you'll probably be quite rich. But the Gnarlwood is probably not keen on relinquishing this. So if you can get it, good stuff. But you've got to brave the Pyre and the Flood first. And all of this comes in a big box set called Pyre and Flood, and comes with a new.
No, you don't say. Comes with a big box set called Pyre and Blood.
The Lumineth and the Night Haunt.
Couldn't have guessed. I mean, overall, like all that looks really good. The paint job looks really good. Yeah, I'm not a fan of like the flames feelings like they're not actually producing a glow, but that's very minor.
Pretty much a whole battlefield full of weird trees and.
They still look good. Not gonna make a big deal about that.
So, let's take a look at the next one.
Keep going.
All right, next preview. All right, we're immediately jumping in with the PAL. Recruits. Okay. Hunting season is open. Crude carnivores. The Krutox Rider. Krutox Rampages. Flesh Shaper. Crude War Shaper. Go next town. Yeah, I figured, but. Now, as much as I hate the Tau, I like the
Hunting
Croots.
season is well and truly open. Everyone in the chat just going Kroot, Kroot.
Croots, Croots,
This is
Croots,
a new
Croots,
Kroot for the
Croots.
Tau Empire, along with a new codex
I mean,
as well for the Tau
not
and
really,
10th
like,
edition.
they-
Eddie,
Oh,
let's
yeah,
start
now
with
the
the
chat's
Kroot. What
kind
do
of
we
saying
know
Kroot,
about these
Kroot, Kroot,
Masters of
Kroot.
DNA?
Kind of said it after I said it.
So
though.
the Kroot have been part of the Tau Empire since their inception back in a previous edition of Warhammer 40,000, but they haven't had a huge amount of attention since they came out, with the one very notable exception of the Kill Team that was released.
I'm happy to be honest.
for
Tau
Kill Team.
auxiliaries
But
need
we
more
are now
love,
seeing a
even if I
massive
don't care for the
expansion
faction that
Kroot.
much.
And what we're
And
gonna
yeah,
show you
that's
today
where I'm
is
kind
only
of.
some of the new Kroot
I
that are
like
on their way
Croots
for,
specifically out of Tau lore.
for the Tau
Like for me,
Empire.
I like their look,
For Warhammer
and
40,000.
like I think they look like they belong in 40k. Like when it comes to the Tau as a faction overall, I think Tau do not like they do not look like they belong in 40k aesthetically speaking. The Kroot are the exception to that. Like aesthetically, they fit 40k for me. They're very rugged, very rough around the edges. Also, they feel very alien, so they feel very unique. I don't know if all of the Tau were basically the Kroots, I think I would like the Tau, but they're not. That being said, though, these models look great. Paint job look great. And I'm really happy for Tau players that they get to play actually interesting Xenos. We're going to get shit for that one. But still. I like the Kroots.
So loads of really nice options to kind of mix into your army. And if you've got a Tau army, you can have quite a lot of these units as well. So there's not a huge amount of...
They're going to be the worst unit in the book.
Extra detail.
Probably not initially, because they do want them to sell, so... Initially, the carnivore, like the Kroot stuff is going to be really like broken, is my prediction. And then it's going to be like it's going to be for balancing. It's going to be nerfed after they've made most of their sales on them.
The guys have done with the new Kroot is they've really expanded the concept of shapers, which previously was almost like a catch-all term for all Kroot leaders were called shapers. And what they've now done is expanded the idea of a shaper into different roles. So there are now shapers whose main job it is to be to kind of lead the evolutionary development of the Kroot. There are those of them that are almost like shamanic. There are those of them that are kind of trackers or hunters or war leaders and things like that. So the flesh shaper, his kind of role is to kind of basically decide who the Kroot are going to eat. So like, you want to eat that bit, you want to eat that bit,
don't eat that.
and kind of make almost like a butcher kind of role to some extent, and that's reflected in some of the weapons. But you can see that this guy's also tooled up to the nines, right? Like he's got a lot of different weapons, both for killing and for cutting. So he's also going to be a bit of a menace in close combat. A really beautiful kit though. Like this is there's a lot.
It does. Like I do got to compliment. I do got to compliment. So far, these reviews have been pretty solid. Like, I can't speak to the Warcry stuff, but for the 40k related stuff, like, we started off with Drukhari, actually getting something new after so fucking long. Damn, feel good for them. And now, like, the actual, like, the Kroot, the most interesting thing in the Tau Empire to me, it seems like they're getting, like, really, they're getting new models, they're getting fresh new faces. And so far, no Space Marines. I'm very happy about that. No Space Marines. Let's keep that trend up. Come on. Keep up giving the Xenos faction something.
Detail across this model as well. You can see the cloak there with that kind of reptilian Kroot looking flayed skin on the back there. Loads of kind of extra detail on this guy as well. So this is a really lovely model. This is probably one of the more detailed miniatures in the Kroot range. It's great. And really nice to kind of see that kind of character part of the Kroot expanded.
Actually, I also want to throw this out there. The Kroot also look like they could be in Star Wars, don't they? A little bit. Like it feels like they could be on like a swamp planet, similar to Dagobah.
Who's played Tau Empire Army in the past, but Krootox Rampages gives you a very different way of approaching them. So rather than being lumbering weapons platforms,
I love that. That looks so cool.
Bold kind of shock cavalry version of the Kroot, who charge into.
Yeah, you can see them in almost any sci-fi. It's true. The Kroot are very much adaptive. Like, especially with like the way you paint them, they look like they could be in Star Trek. They look like they could be in Star Wars. And I think they look appropriate for 40k. Like, I love the Kroots. I really do. Again, I wish all of the Tau were pretty much the Kroots. I would actually like the faction at that point. It's sad that only like an aspect of them are the Kroots.
That you do struggle with the Tau army is well, if the enemy gets
Oh, well.
close, what am I going to do to fight them?
Trade with Yusang Vong and
How
Forlorn.
do I shift enemy units off objectives? This is one of your units that can absolutely do that. You send these guys into the an enemy force on an objective, and they will rip them up, right? So they throw them around. Very, very cool dynamic miniatures. You can see there, they're kind of loping across the battlefield, charging forward. A very dynamic, very fun-looking unit to paint.
Yeah, they look great. They look mean.
They do look mean, yeah. The traditional Crutox hasn't gone away though. If anything, he's bulked up a little bit. And again, he comes with a bunch of new options, so you can. See
I love the look of that gun.
This is
Like
kind
that.
of older
I love that cylinder. That looks.
Pages. He's got kind of longer quills. Lots of variety on this model as well. So you can see alternate head options, alternate gun options as well, which is a new thing. So you've got some kind of blast weapon options. You've got some heavier, kind of big autocannon-esque sort of options. And this guy, role doesn't really change. Fundamentally, what he's for is kind of hanging out towards the back of the battlefield, or with some of your longer range Crute units and
These are the artillery.
targets at range. But obviously, still a Crutox. So if you get into close combat with him, he's still going to rip you in half unless you're a pretty decent close combat unit.
Yeah.
So that's about half of the new Crute stuff that's coming. That's what we're going to show you today.
I really hope I go up against an army of just Crutes. That would be so awesome.
Launch set, which is the Crute Hunter.
If I do see that at like a tourney or something, I'll be like, hey, the way Tau were meant to be.
Crute Carnivores. You get a big unit of Crute Rampages, you get a Crutox, and you get the 2 Shaper units that we saw there as well. So you get a very sizable force that you can either bolt onto the side of a Tau Empire force, or you can use it as the start of a Crute force. And one of the things that is in the new Tau Empire Codex, which also comes in that box, is a bunch of new detachments. And one of those detachments effectively allows you to lean almost entirely, or entirely if you want to, into a Crute force. Nice. So if you go...
Good,
oh, actually,
good, that's awesome.
These new models are so cool.
Again, I really hope I see a Crute exclusive force.
I just want Crute.
That would be so fun to fight.
Just give me a mercenary force of Crute. You can actually build an entire Crute army very happily with one of the detachments in this book, and all of the kind of stratagems and extra rules and things key off Crute units, so you can build them like that. Or you can go, I've got a Tau army that I've been collecting for a long time, and what I really need is a couple of auxiliary units to give me some combat beef, or to do some infiltrating, grab objectives early on, or just to kind of give me something different to paint for aesthetic purposes, in which case you can add in any of those new Crute units into your Tau army. So I think pretty much best of both worlds. You can have it either way.
Some lovely stuff for the Crute there.
Yeah, get a treat. And like I say, that's only it's only about half of the new stuff that's on its way, and we'll have more of that Crute stuff to show you over the next coming weeks and months.
Very nice. Shall we check out the next reveal?
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Nice review. Oh, okay. Oh, Age of Sigmar, okay. For a second I saw the purple, I was like, nah. The first thing I see in the Twitch chat when I look over his feet. You fucking degenerates.
Crathusa the Crone Seer there. An important new Daughters of Cain character for Warhammer Age of Sigmar. Eddie, tell us about this mysterious winged prophet.
So this is a really exciting release for a few reasons.
I'm going to take his word for it. That's really exciting. Again, not being an Age of Sigmar person. I find it so funny that the first comment I saw, they're still saying it. Fucking, what's wrong with you people? People are like, feet. Fucking degenerates. First of all, it's a model. Second of all, what? Of all things to focus on. Like, again, I'm looking at the Twitch chat right now. They're like feet.
Deep lore dive into some very old elven lore with the crow.
Oh, look, someone mixed it up. Toes.
And she's almost
what's wrong with you people? Of all things to focus on with this model, what, like, the hair is fucking ridiculous. The wings are like crazy. There's crows all over the base. Like, there's plenty of other stuff you guys could be looking at. Everyone's like feet.
Has inverted spikes into her own eyes, so she can't see, but she can see through the power.
Oh my god, man!
That she spreads around, so she's kind of lives in the shadow and kind of sees through these familiars. And the feathers of her wings can also turn into an ethereal flock of crows that can peck out the eyes and attack enemies.
Well, that sounds actually quite interesting.
She's definitely not a
Her
good
wings
guy.
can
She's
turn
not
into
Team
crows.
Order, but she's a fairly sinister
Okay.
sort of character.
Yeah.
And representing a very interesting kind of new piece of the political dynamic for the Daughters of Cain, particularly. In game terms, she is a powerful priestess who can kind of add a lot of stuff to a Cainite force, and you can certainly build an army into that kind of way of playing. And certainly, as a model, just a really lovely display piece, right? So a much more, I suppose, if you've got the Daughters of Cain represent kind of blood and shadow, and Morathi is very much the blood end of the spectrum, and this is very much the kind of shadow end of that spectrum.
Yeah.
And that's represented by the box set that you can get her in the first time, which is Cthulhu's Crone Host, and in this set you get that leader, the Crone Seer herself, alongside some of the units she's most used to leading, sort of thing. So you can certainly kind of bolt this into an existing Daughters of Cain force, or you can kind of lean into this new kind of shadowy aspect where she's the leader.
Lots of options there as well.
Yeah. But she's an important player in the Mortal Realms as well. So if we have a look at our next reveal, we'll see why.
Alright. What we got up next? Still Age of Sigmar. Dawnbringers 5. Vampire Camps.
Two heroes will rise.
Things look bleakest. Okay, it's the book.
Some new heroes rising in Dawnbringers 5, Shadow of the Crone. Eddie, what do we know about this?
Yeah, so the Crone Seer is the titular character of Book 5 of the Dawnbringer series. Book 4 is on the way and will be kind of death-themed, and will be all about the kind of flesh-eater courts.
Okay, it looks like the chat finally stopped bringing up their fucking
Very
feet.
soon after by Book 5, which is a much more,
For too long, I saw that being
I would
spammed in the
say,
chat.
level, I guess, exploration of the Mortal Realms. Mostly set in the
That mention of a crude detachment gives me hope for my
where
Harlequins to
Seer
come
is
back now.
aided and
I mean, I really hope so.
of
I'm hoping that we get more Xenos. Like, what? Right now we're on Age of Sigmar news. I hope we go back to Horus Heresy says 40k. And, because obviously I'm very slanted and biased. And plus I don't know the lore and stuff with Sigmar, so I can only comment on the aesthetic of things. Like, all of those models look great. Like, sculpt-wise, they look great. Especially, I believe they're called Stormcast, right? Like, they're like the Space Marine equivalent in AOS. Kind of. Yeah, and I don't know the lore too well. I've received residuals from, like, listening to Fantasy Beds.
Very much in the Cities of Sigmar army, but kind of the low-level kind of grunt work, I guess, of rooting out those chaos cults and things that might pop up under the nose of the city. They are joined by a bunch of hangers-on. So you've got Valis, the Keeper, Askian, who is the Stormcast there, and he is one of the guardians of Hammerhall. You can see on his shield there, you've got the symbol of Hammerhall, which I think we first saw in some of the very early...
You got female Stormcast, and Stormcast are the poster boy for AOS.
That's Hammerhall in the realm of fire.
Curious how I don't ever hear the woke lefties try to bring that shit up.
They can call on this guy. You've also got Lisa Ravenia, who is your assassin thief looking character on the top left there, and she obviously brings all the skills that
Bunch of book characters as models.
Which is
Okay.
very useful.
So these are from the books.
You've got an interesting
I'm assuming that will hype people up. I mean, if you're a fan of the AOS books and stuff, and to see like the characters be given models and stuff, I'm sure that would excite some people.
and she is a spy mistress in Hammerhall.
I mean, I feel that way sometimes with like 40k characters.
Able to do that is that she has
Getting them in like
little helpers and friends and critical
models.
creatures that
Excuse
you
me.
can see, and you can see there, it's got a collar with that glowing gem there, which looks a little bit like some of the gems that she's got on her person.
Yes.
And she's probably got various fleet and flocks of those little creatures that she can use to spy on various places around the city and beyond. And of course, there's a Griffhound in there.
These would be great proxies for D&D games, though. Anyone else think that? Like, you could use the Stormcast Eternal as a paladin.
So not one, but two.
You could use the Witch Hunter. I don't know his name.
And this is really exciting,
But, you know, you could use him to play as a rogue.
Really fun, interesting characters that, especially if you've been following.
Yeah, you could, I guess you could also make an argument for using him as a fighter.
They definitely give you a kind of
Especially with the sword on his back.
and kind of someone to explore.
Or definitely a multi-class model.
City,
Let's see, the dual gun-wielding individual. I don't know what you...
kind of see them in action.
It's heavy armored.
Across the board.
Again, that'd probably be a good multi-class model between, like, an artificer and
the style we saw in things like Curse
and a
City. So if you
fighter,
started a
probably.
kind of collection of Age of Sigmar characters and just lovely fantasy miniatures, right? That kind of
Yeah, generally speaking, like, my thoughts are like, hey, all these would be great proxies for, like, D&D characters.
there is a new novel on the way as well.
Yes.
So they already featured in a couple of novels already, and there's more on the way in Callus and Toll, where we get to see them in Hammerhall getting up to what they do best, uncovering chaos cults and general swashbuckling.
Lovely stuff. Should we see the next reveal?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Alright, what we got? Alright, Underworld's Death Gorge.
Power is found in dark places and data.
I need to stop looking at the Twitch chat. The first thing I saw was, "Aw, no more feet pics."
Zondara's Gravebreakers bringing some love to the Death Gorge.
Y'all are
there.
killing.
This is a
Y'all,
new
the
Death
Twitch
Warband
chat are
for
killing my
Warhammer
buzz.
Underworlds. Eddie, what do we know about these?
So this is a really fun premise.
Okay, so those models look. I'll say this. They look.
Like it. Bear with me. This is a love story.
Okay.
right?
I'm not
Zondara
gonna. I
is
don't want this to come off
a
like I think they look
wizard
bad.
that you can see
but-
in the center there, and her love has been cursed.
For me, the models look pretty basic. This one in the center is probably the most detailed, and I like that. That looks really good. But for me, this is just me.
Her love has been cursed.
This guy here with the hammer and the stake and the ribs popping out, as interesting as that looks, I feel like I've seen this similarly done before.
She is seeking, in the realm of
Same with the guy with the
cure.
pickaxe and the spine popping out.
She thinks that the cure can be found
And I've
somewhere
definitely
in
seen
vast,
the ghoulish looking
graveyard
dude over
realm of
here
beasts.
leaning on the
So,
shovel.
using
Definitely seen
a
that before.
mix of necromantic,
Or
and
something very
Irish
similar.
magic. She is raised
So really,
to
like the sculpts I like most out of this
imbue
set
them with extra bestial
is
strength,
the centerpiece
and she's
dude
cracking
and
open
this like
graves
werewolf
across the realm of
vampire
beasts to try and find
ghoulish
magical
creature in the
cures,
back.
amulets,
Both those look
and
awesome.
to, cure her lost
Yeah,
powers.
it's just in my opinion like
What that
these
gives you
three
in
otherwise look
Warband
they look more
is a
like
really interesting mix of
generic
models,
to me.
and also some very
But that's just me.
interesting, mix of abilities and things.
Age of
from the
Feet and
game.
Toes.
So right at the heart of the warband, you have a necromancer slash
Yeah.
Gurish wizard, and then
Oh geez, a bunch of
you've
people.
also got
Well, I say a bunch of
powerful
people. Like one
monster
person in
character,
the
and
in the
that's
chat
backed up
is
with,
saying custodians win,
some
custodians win,
zombies,
custodians
which,
win, custodians win.
you know, they're not going to win any
Jeez.
awards themselves, but they give you a bit of extra muscle to kind of grab objectives and things.
Some other people are repeating him.
Zombie henchmen,
Custodians,
absolutely.
custodians, custodians.
And you can also kind of bolster them with Gurish magic
Jeez.
as well. So they're a little bit tougher. They hit a bit harder maybe than your basic death zombie because these are also empowered with a little bit of Gurish zeal as well. So a bit of magic, a bit of combat, a very flexible warband,
Yeah.
a very kind of fun mechanics that kind of overlap between them as well, and some fun miniatures that you can paint up in some interesting ways. So and it's showcasing as well, I think, one of the things about Underworlds, which is most of the big factions now we've kind of ticked off. You know, you've got your kind of humans and your Seraphon and your Chaos, and we're now getting to explore some of the kind of weird and wonderful corners of the Mortal Realms with some kind of left field warbands that maybe you didn't expect to see.
Yeah, which is great.
That can add some exciting mechanics to the game as well. So it's exciting across the board, really.
Yeah. Really good stuff. Lovely.
Yeah.
Thanks for real.
Next one.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Bring it on. Alright. We're doing 40k. Oh no, this is Horus Heresy. Where these Is this Solar Auxilia? Oh baby. Oh, the precursor to the Imperial Guard. Yeah, it's a Solar Auxilia.
Humanity's
Fuck yeah,
finest
man.
mortal troops, the Solar
Yes.
Auxilia, and some all-new plastic kits. A big
Fuck
release for this.
yes.
This
Oh,
is
yes,
an
thank you.
absolutely enormous
It's
release
massive.
of plastic kits for the Horus Heresy. This is the largest release of plastic kits we've seen since the launch of the new edition of the Horus Heresy.
Oh, I'm in love.
With all the Space Marine stuff and almost the entirety of the Solar Auxilia range that you could possibly want is released almost immediately as a huge wave of plastics, and it's very cool. You can have a look at some of those on screen right now, and let's dive into some of these miniatures because they are phenomenally cool. Very
Yeah, yes.
far easier to put together as a force
Mwah.
previously when they were available in resin.
The OGs.
Done a great job of
One of these
already
motherfuckers.
very cool resin design.
One of these motherfuckers stood before Horus
Loads of options.
in all his corruption as the Emperor laid on the ground. His eye popped out, his spine broken,
Las rifle section,
and got erased from existence.
basic troopers for the Solar Auxilia. And
So the
Solar Auxilia
Emperor
have an
could
interesting
see
place in the Horus Heresy
and deal with
because,
Horus.
Against the Space Marine.
One of these brave motherfuckers.
But the Space Marines
The
alone
Solar
are not able to
Auxilia.
conquer the entire galaxy. So when the Emperor set out on his Great Crusade, he identified
The
the fact that even though
OG
you've got hundreds of thousands
the
of
OG
Space Marines,
guard.
The galaxy is a very big place. So you need some Auxilia to go with them. You need some backup.
I'm
Solar
so fucking
Auxilia
happy.
literally is,
My
Auxilia
pocketbook is feeling light.
for the
My
main
pocketbook is
design.
feeling
So they
light.
were attached onto the Space Marine forces
Oh,
to give
my
them
wallet's
extra
already going, motherfucker. I feel myself about to get
sort of became
empty.
a byproduct for a byword for elite mortal troops. So other than the Space Marines, they are seen as the most competent troops in the armies of mankind.
The OG who
So
stood
in
before
the wider
Horus.
Imperial army, the Solar Auxilia are
Best of the
kind of
best,
looked
the
upon
top
as
30%
these are
of the Imperial
best
army.
a mortal can get without being elevated to the status of kind of post-human in some way, shape, or form. Usually, Space
Paris
Marines.
says if I do an army for 30k, that's my pick. Yeah, I can't blame you. This is so amazing. The Solar Auxilia.
There are millions of these guys out spread across the Great Crusade, and lots of regiments.
Only costs an arm and a leg. Yeah. Hey, sci-fi guy.
Crusade
Welcome.
Kind of modelled themselves upon the Solar Auxilia as well.
That is the downside.
Every
That's
legion
why my
has
pocket is already like, fuck you,
hosts of
man.
Troops that look like these, as well as there being plenty of expeditionary and crusade forces that are also backed up with loads of Solar Auxilia troops. And then when Horus turned against the Emperor, about half of the Solar Auxilia, just like the Space Marines, fell with him and decided to kind of back his play to be the new Emperor of mankind. So you can play these either as loyalist or as traitor. The las rifle section here represents your basic troopers. They have got las guns and bayonets. The bayonets look particularly.
I'm just
ferocious.
looking over
You
the
see those
models.
those
Yeah,
heroes there, they look like they would
I'm so in
make a
love.
mess of someone.
Be
They,
careful with those.
Damn it.
but up against a Space Marine, you will need a lot of these guys in your force. So if you are looking to build an army of these for the Horus Heresy and you want to go infantry heavy, you can put an awful lot of Solar Auxilia.
Oh yeah, and I so want to play a game of Age of Horus Heresy, and I just want to play a game, and I now want to see like a massive infantry focused army of Solar Auxilia.
It's a less useful material to work with than plastic. It takes a bit longer to put your army together. It's more expensive. These are going to mean that you can reasonably build entire armies of Solar Auxilia if you want to, which is very cool. Loads of options in there as well. I'm sure you guys are already taking a look. The Sergeant is really cool. He's got power fists and plasma pistols and volkites, and there's kind of banners and stuff in there as well. But this is, again, arguably the least exciting.
I am actually also excited to see people's Chaos kit bashes of this shit too.
This is the
But
tactical command section. So you can see in the mix there, you've got Vox, you've got kind of company banners and things like that. You've got some power weapons, plasma pistols. So these are relatively well equipped by human standards, right? So like, and it's just good, right? Because they have to go up against things like Space Marines. So you can imagine these guys having to hold the line against things like charging World Eaters and stuff like that, and kind of. You're going to lose a few, but through weight of numbers and through, grit and steel, they might just see it to the other side of the battle. And there's something about them that you kind of want to root for because they are closer.
Well, yeah, that's like the gist of like all Imperial Guard. Like a lot. The whole reason the Imperial Guard has such a huge fan following and love.
Of vehicles on the way for these guys. So this is the Ethon Heavy Sentinel, and you can see there that it comes with loads
it's
of weapons,
the relatability of Guardsmen
a range of different missiles.
makes
you can put on the side of it.
like you can't really relate to a
range
Space
of
Marine.
different,
They're not meant to be related to,
cannons you can put on
but
there as well.
you can relate
Loads of choices,
to a Guardsman.
multi-lasers, heavy
Like
flamers,
it's just a normal person
Melter, there's a
in the
Volkite
worst
as well,
possible
plus that's
scenario,
something.
worst
Actually,
possible
you can put Volkite on
future.
something. Put it on. You're going to choose Volkite. It's the best.
Yeah.
It's not technically the best in game terms. It's just my favourite because I like to imagine the noise it makes and the mess it makes of the enemy units when they shoot. And this is sort of a forerunner of the Sentinel designs that you see in Warhammer 40,000. It's much more sort of industrial looking. These would have been mass produced in their thousands and sent out alongside the Solar Auxiliary forces, allowing them some kind of close range support as they kind of wade off into the Great Crusade. Certainly not a match for something like a Dreadnought, but again, much like the troops underneath it, would be outnumbering things like Space Marine Dreadnoughts in a firefight. So they're hoping that your weight of number again is going to win out the fight. Lots of lovely little touches in there that are very reminiscent of some of the later Sentinel designs as well. Nodding to that idea that lots of the
So
things
I'm
that
just
we
like
do in
so
Warhammer
like
are,
thank you.
the origin of some of the things
I'm so
that
happy right now.
we know and are very familiar with in Warhammer.
I know it's gonna cost a fucking arm and leg. I know I'm gonna be pissed as soon as I see the price
There
tag.
are loads of tanks on the way.
Yes, there better damn
probably
be
the
some
most
tanks.
Common amongst them, the Dracosian transport. Unlike the,
I do like the
Space
designs
Marine
too. Like they're very. Some would say they're a little
cool things
over designed.
always
I don't think so. I really
pack a
like the
lot of
detail.
troops into this,
I really
and
love the
because,
detail.
It also has to kind of function as a mobile fire base. It does add quite a lot to your army. Loads of options in the mix there as well. So the pintle mounted, you can either have heavy flamers, you can have multi-lasers, but the main reason you bring this guy along is that big demolisher cannon on the front, right? So
absolutely.
Nice big siege-breaking demolisher cannon to even the odds if your little troopers need to go up against a big unit of Space Marines. Always helpful if 3 or 4 of them have been blown to bits before your plucky troops have to bayonet charge into a unit of Blood Angels or something. There's a new Lehman Russ on the way. So this is a Heresy era Lehman Russ, very reminiscent of the Lehman Russes that you see in Warhammer 40,000. There's absolutely nothing stopping you as well if you decide you wanted to kind of port a few of these or use some of the bits.
Oh yeah, I expect that in. I expect that in length. I expect so many Guardsmen players to take these models and use them in 40k. I fully expect that.
The Lehman Russ.
I fully expect that.
Comes with the Vanquisher. You've got battle cannon, twin autocannon, and twin las cannon, and a variety of different pintle-mounted options as well, with things like hunter killer missiles and heavy flamers and stuff. You've also got a pretty brutal-looking dozer blade, and your kind of forward las cannon on the front there as well. And again, it looks a little bit more maybe industrial, maybe kind of mass-produced. Than some of the later Lehman Russes. And again, this thing would have been rolled out in its thousands as the kind of workhorse tank of the Imperial Army. So whereas in Warhammer 40,000, you
They already pulled from the web store solar models. Yeah, I figured.
Whole battlefields full of these tanks rolling forward. Battles like Talon and things like that, where you would have had entire companies of these in the hundreds rolling across the kind of enormous kind of apocalyptic-sized battlefields of the Horus Heresy. We've seen some of that in Legions Imperialis, of course, where you can kind of actually have hundreds of these on the battlefield. But there is something cool about having the bigger tank as well, and still putting a lot of them on the battlefield. And all of that stuff we've just seen comes together in the Solar Auxilia battle group. So this is very much like the kind of army boxes we've seen for Age of Darkness and things like that. And all comes together if you want to kind of kick off kickstart a Solar Auxilia battle group, you can pick up this and it gives you a good starting point. It's certainly not a full army because, as we were saying,
No, I was about to say, like,
you can have an awful lot of them, right? So you can have hundreds of troops on the battlefield if you want.
because you have your HQ in the form of the command squad, but not like an individual HQ. We're gonna need that. We have 2 vehicles, a transport, and the Lehman Russ.
You can quite reasonably
for
decide to kind of bolt a few of these.
well, technically you have 3 vehicles because you have the Proto Sentinel, and then you have ranged infantry.
But that's not all. There is more. There's more on the way for the Solar Auxilia.
Oh, okay.
So those of you who are very familiar with the Horus Heresy rules will know that the Lehman Russ has got
assault
more options
tank.
than that kit. We couldn't quite pack every single weapon option onto the single frame, so there is an alternate version as well. Which
I
is
like
the
the different variants they have here. That looks
generally
really good.
speaking, is the kind of short range but more brutal version of the Lehman Russ. And the main difference really is the main battle cannon and some of the different options you get for the pintle mount. So Demolisher, which is your kind of classic close-range siege weapon. You've got a big plasma cannon, and you've got a Volkite cannon in there as well, which is obviously what I'm going to go with. It's going to be the Volkite, right? So this is
I love the snub-nosed cannon.
Range weapon version of the Lehman Russ, and interchangeable as well with the other one too, so you can kind of mix the kits together if you wanted to. The Velataris Storm section is a really fun addition as well. These are the elite, kind of more heavily armoured version of the Solar Auxilia. The unit composition you can see on the screen there is fully kitted out with Volkite. So this is your kind of deflagrating anti-infantry version. So an awful lot of firepower coming out of that squad. So you can imagine squads of 10 and 20 of these piling out of Dracosians and kind of unleashing a huge amount of firepower.
Looks so good.
And you do need a lot of firepower to take down the things they have to go up against.
The helmets kind of remind me of Battlestar Galactica, the
worth noting
Pylons.
about this unit, you can also kit them out with axes.
Now, obviously, it's like
which gives you a little bit of
not
close
what the
combat
implication is,
punch.
but like that was the first thing I thought of
There
with
is
like the
something, endearing, I suppose, about
singular
a
ocular
human
visor.
that has been given like a big heavy suit of armor, and then they're looking across the battlefield at these 7 or 8 foot tall superhuman warriors they need to go up against, and then their commander hands them an axe and goes, "Can I have a gun?" He's like, "No, you get an axe.
Take this.
Have a
It's like,
great
here's an
time."
axe.
It's quite a
Good
axe,
luck.
you know, it's powered and all the rest of it. You can chop through stuff. But there's you've got
It's like, hey, you see the world, those world eaters charging us down with bloodthirsters? Yes, but here's an axe. Good luck.
a sturdy powered axe. That's pretty good. But again, a really lovely flexible kit. Lots of.
See, I'm so happy about this. I am actually finding what the hosts are saying funny.
Much like you can with the Legion kit for the Space Marines, where you can kind of swap and change between lots of those armor marks and things.
Oh man.
And then last up,
The Malkador
heavy
heavy tank.
for the Solar Auxilia, the
Yeah.
Malkador heavy tank. So this is a kind of one-up on your Lehman
I reject
Russ
your axe
with
and
more
choose a
firepower.
shovel. Thank you.
You've got loads of options
Oh,
on
where
there.
are you from, good sir? I'm from a world known as Krieg.
This
We're
is
quite
exactly
prosperous,
those
I'll have you know.
tanks like the Spartan tanks and Land Raiders and the kind of slightly larger
Looks at camera.
tanks. And again, you can have quite a lot
But
of these in your force, and you can kit it out to do basically whatever your army.
Hope
is
nothing
currently
ever
at.
bad happens
You go, I need
there.
more anti-infantry, I need more anti-tank, I need more things that can take down monsters. Whatever is missing in your force, you can add into this with a huge variety of different weaponry. So you've got battle cannons and las cannons and demolisher cannons and heavy flamers and different sponsor options for either close range anti-infantry or.
I do love the
long range
customization like
transport.
that.
Whatever you
That
need,
is so
basically,
good.
Malkador can kind of fill that gap.
Oh
in your
man,
army.
people. I say people are gonna have. I'm gonna have a field day with this
Quite
shit.
happily fit 2 or 3 of these into your force if you wanted to go kind of tank heavy and go lean in that direction. So loads of really cool stuff on the way, and all of that stuff is on its way very soon, and it looks phenomenal as well.
It looks
How
really
soon?
cool
I need to
model.
know.
Looks fantastic. Oh, lovely stuff.
There we go.
Some
Yeah.
amazing releases there. Any highlights for you, Eddie?
I'm excited about.
Is that everything?
I think actually.
Yeah,
I
that
like,
does
I like
look
those
great.
two. I'm looking
Yeah,
forward
yeah.
to painting up some new stuff. But I think there's some really good stuff for all the games.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to the Kroot as well. I think.
Yeah, they look great.
They look very cool, kind of bolted onto a Tau army. But I think looking forward to seeing what people do with entire armies of Kroot.
Yeah, and that's half the.
And that's just half of them.
stuff.
Yeah, there's loads
Yeah.
more on the way. I mean, it's all good, right? The Solar Auxilia launch is going to be phenomenal as well.
Oh yeah, Solar Auxilia
The thing
launch.
about that, though, I'm quite excited.
So they're gonna sell out of that
The rules
shit.
have been available, but most Horus Heresy games have been Space Marine versus Space Marine. But this adds like a whole extra dimension.
Oh, yeah,
So
this
even
adds
if
a
you're
lot.
a Space Marine player, you go, okay, so what happens if I know I'm going to go up against loads of solar auxilia? I'm going to have some anti-infantry stuff. So all of a sudden, your decision of like which weapons and things are the most efficient, you might not necessarily lean plasma to kill power armor. You might go, oh, I do want from Volkite, I do want some heavy flamers, that sort of thing. So it adds a lot of extra things into the mix and consideration for building armies. So exciting time for the
exciting times, very exciting times. Well, that's all we've got time for, folks. Speaking of which. Hope you enjoyed getting a bit of a peek at all of those fantastic releases. As always, a huge.
They ended up on a really damn good note, though. Like Solar Auxilia.
Our producer Raph for getting up at the with and pushing the buttons, making it all happen. And a thank you to you, Eddie, for taking us through all those awesome releases. As always, you can catch up on all the releases that you've seen this morning, today, tonight, wherever you might be, on the Warhammer community website. And we will see you on the next one. Take care.
Not so short, especially with the Solar Auxilia reveal at the end. God damn. God damn. I want them now. Fuck. God fucking damn it. The Solar motherfucking Auxilia. Kill Team Box for sell it too. Yeah. I mean, like the Drukhari players, like, oh my god, we actually get something fucking new. It's like, oh wow, we're selling at a Kill Team. It must be popular. Yeah, nobody's buying it for Kill Team. Well, what do you mean no one's buying it for Kill Team? I mean, everyone is buying it so they can use it in 40k. All the Drukhari players are gonna swarm like fucking piranhas. It's like their first morsel in decades. But I'll say this. Big praise. No fucking bog standard Space Marine fucking Primaris bullshit lieutenants. God damn, some actual shit we wanted to see. And I'm happy. It was all pretty much stuff to be positive about too. Like for stuff that I actually know anything about. Like I can't comment on the Age of Sigmar stuff, but for the 40k stuff, we had nothing but solids. He had Kroot come in, the only likable Tau in my opinion. Like you had a major force of Kroot to the point where they said like whole detachments and whole games could be played with solely Kroot, and I think that's amazing. We also had obviously the Drukhari reveal, which it's small, but it's something. It's something, and that's significant, and I'm not going to disregard it. I do wish it was like a full like upgraded, brand new sculpt facelift for like a combat patrol. That's like the ideal world, but hey, just at least one model set of something new. That's gonna sell like hotcakes. Someone said the rest of the previews are out of stock. They got scalped. Fuck that. Oh god. I mean, we had that. We had Drukhari. We had the Kroots, and of course, the big one, the big head honcho announcement. The Horus Heresy Solar Auxilia. The Proto Guard. The True Guard, some would say. The men and women that helped, basically, gods conquer the galaxy. Alongside Primarchs and the Emperor himself. And I really love the models. They looked amazing. The paint jobs were great, but like just the sculpts were fantastic. The level of detail, it was so good. I'm excited for Solar Auxilia. I'm excited. They look fantastic. Yes, they look fantastic. They look how they should too. Oh. It's been a while since I watched like a Warhammer preview. I walked away from and I'm actually feeling good. I'm gonna feel bad when we see the price tags. The price tags are gonna be horrendous, but it's going to be so good. It's going to be so good. Oh, man. I'm hyped. I'm hyped. Okay. I think I'm going to end the stream there, guys. I'm going to probably go to bed shortly. I've got most of my Jekylls there, so I think I'm going to finish off and then go to bed. So I will catch you all later. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Hope you guys enjoyed my reaction to all that. Hope you all have a wonderful night. Bye-bye.